We are being live streamed. The YouTube is on. Well, I think Anna has put me back as the host. Uh, does anybody have any procedural issue that we need to deal with when we go back on the record? Somebody talk so I can make sure I can hear you.
Madam Hearing Exam.
Can you hear us?
Oh, they're all going to talk. Whoa!
You
Be
ask a
careful
lawyer
what
to
you ask for, Elizabeth. You just might get it.
talk and you're surprised.
I hear that. Okay. Very well. I'm not hearing that we have any procedural issue. Um, we've got a few minutes before we begin. So I said hello to the chairman this morning, and
You got the lazy boy, not the chairman.
good morning, Commissioner O'Connell. How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I offered to go listen to the community solar hearing that the chair uh, was going to have this morning, but decided maybe it would be better if I came back here. Uh, and I didn't want to leave Mr. Hearing Examiner Schaefer in the lurch. But no, things are going well. Hopefully, I'm still optimistic that we're going to be able to finish all of applicants' witnesses this week. So whatever we can do to make that happen would be great. And am confident that if that occurs, we will, in the 4 days that we have next week, just to remind people, Tuesday's a holiday. I cannot make people show up for the hearing. You can work that day, but I can't make you show up for the hearing. So we won't be having a hearing on Tuesday. But like I say, I'm ever hopeful that we will be able to finish our time, hopefully before the 4 days that we have scheduled for next week. But uh, and just to reiterate, my understanding is that we will finish uh, the cross-examination of Mr. Tuminello, and then our next witness would be Mr. Miko, and then after Mr. Miko would be Ms. Hutt, and then hopefully go on to Mr. Shell's testimony. And so that's the next series of witnesses. Also, just as an aside, we are receiving the expedited transcripts. And I believe when we were last with the cross-examination, I believe the last thing that we did was Ms. Beatles had waived her cross, which would mean we would first this morning go to Mr. Freeman and then staff. Okay. Well, grab that last coffee or water. We have about 4 minutes until we reach the 9 a.m. Hour. And more people are entering.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Peter Gould. My co-counsel, Joe Yar, is going to get on too, because he's going to be handling the cross-examination of Karen Hood. And so,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
We will both be muted, though, of course, since the cross of Mr. Tumino is done.
Unless you tell me otherwise. Very cool. Very well. How are we doing, Mr. Lee?
Good, Judge. Let's saddle up and ride for the brand.
Okay. Not my first rodeo. in theme with your very nice chapeau. Good morning. We are returning from our evening recess. This is day 4 of our hearing in case number 24-00266 in the matter of the joint application for approval to acquire New Mexico Gas Company by Saturn Utilities Holdco. Along with me today is my co-hearing examiner, Patrick Schaefer, and Commissioner O'Connell is also here today. We are assisted by our court reporter, Mr. Lee. If anyone needs anything to do with the transcript, they need to contact him directly. Pursuant to request, let's enter our appearances on the record, please. Beginning with you, Ms. Beatles. Nope.
I had everything off. Okay. Sydney Beatles for Western Resource Advocates. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Gould?
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner Peter Gold for Anna Maria, and I'm joined on the Zoom call with my co-counsel Joseph Yar. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear him all right, Mr. Lee? I thought it was a little garbled.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's just because I'm who I am, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay. Good to know that, Mr. Gould. Mr. Freeman?
Good morning, Jelani Freeman, representing the federal executive agencies.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch?
Good morning, colleagues and commissioners, and hearing examiner Hurst. I'm Kara Lynch with Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy and Prosperity Works for CCAE. I also have my colleague Charles DeSalin with us.
Thank you. I believe Ms. Nanasi?
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner and Hearing Examiner Schaefer and commissioners and colleagues. My name is Marielle Nanasi, and I am with New Energy Economy.
Mr. Crocker?
Good morning, everyone. Evan Crocker here on behalf of the New Mexico Department of Justice.
Thank you. And the joint applicants, Ms. Hardy.
Yes. Good morning, Madam Examiner. Good morning, everyone. Dana Hardy on behalf of the BCP applicants, and Mr. Dubois is also appearing on the Zoom for the joint applicants.
Thank you. Very well. Mr. Dome?
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I make the introductions? This is Brian
Sure,
Haverly.
Mr. Haverly.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. Thank you. Good morning, hearing examiners, Mr. Commissioner. This is Brian Haverly, and with me is Tom Domi and Juliana Hopper, behalf of Amera, Tico, and New Mexico Gas Company. Also with us is Nicole Strausser, the General Counsel for New Mexico Gas Company.
Thank you. And for staff, either Ms. Lang or Mr. Friedman?
Good morning, everyone. This is Ryan Friedman. I'm here with my colleagues, Nicholas Rossi and Katie Lang, and we're representing staff today.
Thank you. All right, I think I have all the participants. Very well. We are continuing from our evening recess with the opportunity for cross-examination of joint applicant witness Mr. Tuminello, and pursuant to the agreed upon cross-examination order, FEA will now have the opportunity to ask any questions of Mr. Tuminello. And I believe, Mr. Freeman, that you've reserved 15 minutes for this.
That's correct. Thank you.
Very well, sir. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Tuminello. My name is Jelani Freeman, and I'm representing the federal executive agencies. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Mr. Freeman. I'm doing quite well, thank you. And how are you, sir?
Great, thank you. I just had a few questions for you around Delta's shared services. So if I recall correctly, did you testify that currently Delta Utilities Shared Services employs around 150 50 people?
That is correct.
And the shared services company is still in the process of hiring. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We've hired the majority of our employees. We just have, I'd categorize it as a handful of additional employees we still need to hire.
And so the current employees for Delta Shared Services, where are they currently located?
Yeah, primarily they're all located in the corporate headquarters for Delta Utilities in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Are any in Baton Rouge?
I am not aware of any in Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge is where our Delta Capital LDC is serving the Baton Rouge area. It's primarily an operating office there. I'm not sure if we might not have a few in there, but I don't think we do.
Okay. So primarily in New Orleans.
Yes, sir.
As the as Delta Service shared services company, I guess hires the few more additional folks that you talked about, will they also be located in New Orleans?
That would be the plan. Yes, sir.
Currently, does the Delta Utility Shared Service Company have a disaster recovery plan on the books?
Yes, we do. The two utilities that we acquired, Entergy and CenterPoint, each had their own disaster recovery plans. And so what we have been doing with all of our policies is working on a cohesive policy and finding kind of the best policies across multiple footprints. But today, my understanding is that we are utilizing the disaster recovery plans that were in place at CenterPoint and at Entergy, and that our shared services staffs are working to come up with consolidated policies for all policies, not just disaster recovery.
And is that plan publicly available? Can anyone, I guess, sort of look at that plan on a website or somewhere?
I'm not aware of it being public, but I don't think there'd be anything confidential there.
Um, and so has there been any thought put into if this acquisition is approved, and then in the event of a natural disaster in the New Orleans region, that may prevent the shared service company's employees from operating out of that existing office location? Has there been any thoughts or any plans put forth on what would be the alternative plan in that case?
Yes, sir. The benefit of having these two utilities, Magnolia Gas Company and Delta Gas Company, is that although the headquarters are in New Orleans, we have significant offices in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and central to northern Mississippi, in Pearl, Mississippi, in Shreveport, Louisiana, North Louisiana. So we have the capability for our employees to travel to any of those offices that are out of the way of any potential storm and can work uninterrupted in any of those offices.
So, okay, so just to be clear, so if grid power is lost in New Orleans, the company will be able to continue to provide to MGC the services and administrative functions that they need.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
I think that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Tuminello. Thank you for answering them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. I believe that the next questioner with cross-examination is staff of the commission. And I believe staff has requested 20 minutes of cross-examination time for Mr. Tuminello. Who from staff will be asking questions?
Good morning. This is Ryan Friedman. I'll be asking a few questions.
All right, sir, please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Tuminello. I just have a handful of questions for you. I think it'll go relatively quick. The first being, I would like to direct you to Joint Applicants Exhibit number 6. You were looking at this yesterday with another attorney. It looks like it's document page 47 for those who are following along. And Madam Hearing Examiner, it's listed in the right-hand corner as JA Exhibit PIT-2, revised application, page 16 of 17.
Yes, sir.
So there's a lot going on with this chart, and I wanted some clarification from you. If you can see under the IT/ERP section, it's the second level down. And you'll see the go live dates, and there's multiple dates there. What's the anticipated date the Oracle system will go live?
Yes, sir. If you can look at that section and go to the right, the anticipation would be the end of the 15th month post transaction close. And if you can see that on the far right where it says Oracle ERP/WACS and ongoing go live, we feel very confident in that date, given that it took us 18 months to go live with the Delta Gas Company startup that was effective July 1 of this year. And we actually had significantly greater number of systems to stand up at Delta Gas Company. We certainly had an ERP, we had the WACS, but we also had other systems. We had our gas supply system called Quorum. We had our call center system and other systems that we did over an 18-month period. So we are extremely confident in this 15-month time period.
And so you're talking about the Oracle EPR/WACS/of S. Is that the line we should be looking at?
Yes, that's the line. It should be EPR, should be ERP. I think there was just a typo there. There's a design build component of that, then a testing deploy component of that, and then the go live on the far right.
Can you explain to me the differences between that line we're talking about now and the one just above it that says Oracle HCM go live?
Those are parallel paths. I may have to defer that question to Mr. Miko. I'm not exactly sure if that's HR systems or something else, but if I could defer that one to Mr. Miko, I'd like to do that.
No problem. Okay, and then I'll switch gears. I don't think we have to look at this again. I believe I heard you say yesterday that the shared IT system will save customers approximately $1.2 million a year. Is that true?
That's on the ongoing annual support basis, on an operating cost basis. Yes, sir, that is true.
And can you tell me how many years that savings will go for? For example, is that each year that BCP is in ownership of New Mexico Gas?
Yes, sir. It would apply if you compared it to the costs that are currently in place, the allocated costs from Tico Amera, and you just extended that for the life of ownership that BCP would have. It would be every single year of that ownership.
Is there a possibility that the price of those services could increase during that time, resulting in that $1.2 million savings being less?
I think the way to look at it is, the cost will go up with inflation as price of services go up, employee costs go up, those types of things. But the relative savings, we believe, would also go up. The other costs under the Tico Amera ownership would also be going up with inflation and cost increases. So we believe the savings certainly will be maintained throughout that time period. Is there a possibility that that saving could compress a little bit or expand a little bit? Certainly that's possible, but we're confident that that savings will be maintained.
Is that something you're in discussions with Oracle when it comes to developing these systems?
Well, these costs certainly we'll know what the Oracle license costs are as part of that. These costs also include, the allocated IT personnel costs from the Delta Shared Service Organization. So we do feel confident that we have a line of sight to both of those cost components, as whether, any other ancillary cost components that go into that. We have confidence in those costs.
Does that confidence come from those discussions with Oracle staff in the planning of this?
I believe so. I wasn't part personally of any of those discussions, so I would have to defer just to confirm that with Mr. Miko.
My next question is, after the 10-year assuming BCP sells New Mexico Gas at the conclusion of their 10-year commitment to hold it, would the new purchaser need to acquire new IT systems and licenses, or would the Oracle system transfer over completely in the sale of New Mexico Gas to the new owner?
Yes, sir. I think that's really one of the beauties of this. It certainly would transfer over with any sale. The purchaser, if they have their own systems, could elect not to do that or do something different. But New Mexico Gas will have its own licenses, will have every possibility to run all of its own features and reports, and it will be their asset, their system. So that asset will be within New Mexico Gas and certainly can be part of any future transaction.
Are there any cost savings procedures that will be put into place to ensure the transition remains the true cost savings to ratepayers?
It's an interesting question. I don't know of any transactions that I've been aware of in the past where you have this ongoing comparison to the prior owner. What you do is you have your own budgets, your own prudency, and you develop your budgets annually and work towards that more internally versus comparing it to a prior owner. So I'm not aware of that, nor am I aware of any processes in place to track that. Could it be? I assume so, but I'm not aware of any plans at this stage.
Thank you very much. That concludes my question, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. I believe that concludes the cross-examination for Mr. Tuminello. Hearing Examiner Schaefer, do you have any questions for Mr. Tuminello?
I do not. Thank you.
Very well. And I think I understand your testimony, Mr. Tuminello. So I don't have any questions for you. Ms. Hardy, any redirect for your witness?
I do have a couple of questions, Madam Examiner.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Tuminello, you were asked a number of questions regarding Delta Utilities. Can you please clarify for the record the corporate structure of Delta Services, Delta Gas, and Magnolia?
Yes, glad to do so. Delta Gas Company is the legal entity that is holding the assets that came over from the Entergy transaction. Magnolia Gas Company is the legal entity that is holding the operating utility from the CenterPoint transaction. And the Delta Services Company is a separate entity that houses the shared services employees and provides services, shared services to both Delta Gas Company and to Magnolia Gas Company.
Thank you. Yesterday, Mr. Gold asked you a number of questions based on the premise that he had learned on Tuesday that you would be appointed to the NMGC board. Had you previously discussed NMGC board membership with Mr. Gold?
Yes, I have in my deposition and also in Mr. Baudier's revised application direct testimony. He discusses that. I believe it's on page 35. This was not new news.
In your view, as a member of NMGC's board, would you have the ability to approve of or disapprove of a rate case settlement?
No, I would not. We would be recipient of that news that would be reported to the board, but that would be on the executive management of the company to make those decisions.
You were asked a number of questions yesterday regarding whether there is a cost-benefit comparison of Oracle to other potential cloud-based systems. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
With respect to New Mexico Gas Company, what other cloud-based systems provide the synergies and efficiencies that would result from using the system that's already been designed, developed, and implemented for Delta Gas and Magnolia?
I do not believe there is any other cloud-based system that can provide the benefits relative to the Oracle cloud-based system. And if I could just expand a little bit and reiterate, so my earlier testimony, New Mexico Gas will benefit from this third implementation, right back to back from the Delta Gas Company implementation that was completely stood up July 1. The ongoing implementation work for Magnolia Gas Company, which we expect to be done in the first or second quarter of next year. And when you really think about this, and you have now New Mexico Gas Company in a position to implement this Oracle system right after two systems using the same professional staff, many of the same features from Accenture, this is, I would almost say, an ideal time for New Mexico Gas to implement a new system under the shared services umbrella with Delta.
You've received a number of questions regarding the timeline of implementation. Based on the experience that you've had standing up the systems for Delta Gas and Magnolia and transitioning the CenterPoint and Entergy systems, are you confident that the New Mexico Gas Company IT services transition can be successfully accomplished well within the 24-month TSA period?
I am extremely confident that we will have it implemented within the 24 months. And I'm highly confident that we'll be able to have it implemented within the 15-month time period that has been shown on my exhibits.
Will the New Mexico Gas Company integration be more or less complicated than the Entergy and CenterPoint transactions or transitions?
It will be significantly less complicated. We are not standing up all of the same number of systems that we did at Delta Gas Company and at Magnolia Gas Company. We will have had several years of practice, per se, in getting these other two entities implemented. So less systems, more iterations through implementation of the two prior systems will significantly benefit New Mexico Gas.
Mr. Tuminello, some interveners have asked you questions that have referred to Delta and Magnolia as, and I'm sort of paraphrasing here, as startup companies. Do you agree with that characterization?
I do not agree with that completely, and let me expand on that. Every single employee from Delta Gas Company and Magnolia Gas Company that were operating the assets have come over to Delta. So we have 100% of their operating skills, including field employees, engineers, deep knowledge base, where these systems have been operated for arguably 100 years. So those have come over completely. What is new is the stand up of our systems and the stand up of our shared service organization. But there we have hired, I believe, the best available talent in the market. Our CEO has significant experience with utilities. Our CFO came over from Excel, so extremely detailed knowledge of utilities. Our CIO, Mark Miko, who you'll hear from next, came from a utility in Pennsylvania with deep knowledge. Our gas supply vice president came over from Atmos Utilities, running our gas supply organization. Our chief operating officer came over from CenterPoint with that acquisition. I am tremendously pleased with our leadership team. And as you go underneath that, the hirings we have made have come with a deep knowledge base of utilities as well.
Regarding the Entergy and CenterPoint transitions, to your knowledge, have customers experienced any diminution in service quality or increase in cost from the acquisitions?
To my knowledge, they've experienced no reduction in services, or have we heard of any issues that have been problematic.
And has the transfer
Wait a second.
Oh, yes.
What about the cost part of that question?
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Examiner. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Examiner, nor have there been any increase in costs to those customers.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. And again, with respect to that integration, has the transfer of 800 former employees of Entergy and CenterPoint, including with respect to new compensation and benefits, been successful?
It has been highly successful. And if I could just highlight, both of these transactions were carve-outs from larger electric utilities, and arguably the smaller gas utilities, frankly, just didn't get the attention, didn't have the exposure to leadership. Many have said they've never met the CEO of the organization. Now, through a focused gas utility operation, they get the opportunity to interface more with our leaders. They know that their business is the core business of Delta Utilities. We are a gas utility focused company. We're not part of anything else that has electric. And I think that's been a favorable response from our employees, that they know that they are core versus kind of off to the side as a kind of an ancillary, smaller part of a much larger electric utility.
Mr. Gold asked you a number of questions yesterday about your potential role as a board member of an MGC. As chairman of the board of Delta Gas and Magnolia, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up my questions here. Let me start over again. As chairman of the board of Delta Gas and Magnolia, would you be aware of any concerns raised by the Louisiana Public Service Commission, the Mississippi Public Service Commission, or the New Orleans City Council regarding service to customers?
I would be aware if there were such issues, and I have not heard of any issues to date.
Thank you.
And how long have you been in that position?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have been executive chairman of the board since April 1, 2025, since the startup basically of the first transaction. The CenterPoint transaction closed April 1. The Entergy transaction closed July 1, 2025. So I've been in place since day one of the first transaction.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
I guess I just want to ask at this point, Mr. Tuminello, got a little confusion with regard to board activities and how they differ or potentially will differ from your chairman of the board for Delta Utility?
I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Examiner, would you mind asking that question again?
Right.
You
What
cut
are you
out.
chairman of the board of? Which company?
Yes, ma'am. I'm chairman of the board of Delta Gas Company and Magnolia Gas Company. We use the term Delta Utilities more as a terminology that encompasses both of those. But Delta Utilities is not a separate, legal entity. We just say that's the name that is the combination of both Magnolia Gas Company and Delta Gas Company, of which I am chairman of the board of those two companies.
Okay. Do they have separate boards?
No, they have the same boards.
Okay. And you just testified that as chairman of the board since April 1st of this year of Delta Gas and of Magnolia, that you're in a position to know of any service quality type issues. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, if there was anything significant, if, there were normal course of business calls that our call center might receive, anything like that would be in the normal course I would not know about. But if there was anything significant in terms of service quality, I would know about.
Okay. How would you define significant?
If there was a service outage, if there were an inordinate number of customer complaints, those types of things.
Your prior testimony in response to Ms. Hardy's question, as a board member of New Mexico Gas, you wouldn't have any authority over I guess, compiling or filing a rate case? Is that correct?
Madam Hearing Examiner, could I get you to clarify your question? You admit you'd asked it relative to New Mexico Gas. Did
Yes.
you mean New Mexico Gas or Delta Gas?
No. No. I think the question posed by Ms. Hardy. Hang on just a second. Question, in your view, as a member of New Mexico Gas Company's board, would you have the ability to approve of or disapprove of a rate case settlement? Answer, no, no, I would not. We would be the recipient of that news, but that would be reported to the board, but that would be on the executive management of the company to make those decisions. So that was your testimony, sir?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, that is.
Okay. So I guess I'm just a bit confused that you're saying as a board member of gas company, you're not going to have authority on a rate case issue, which seems to be kind of a granular, important issue that has to do with the day-to-day operation issues, but yet you're saying as a board member of Delta Gas and Magnolia that you're aware of day-to-day potential service issues. So are you saying that your duties between the two board are different?
Let me see if I can clarify that. My duties as a board chair at Delta Utilities is an executive chair. So I'm actually an employee. So that comes with a little bit greater level of activity as an executive chair of the board, as just being aware. It's no different. There's no approvals that come with that role. I'm still a recipient of information, but I'm a recipient at probably a little more level of detail in that role than if you would compare it to a board member of New Mexico Gas, where you're a board member. You're certainly not an employee, and it's a little bit different in that context.
All right, sir. And I guess that the other question I had with regard to Ms. Hardy's redirect had to do with the question regarding the integration of the cloud-based system. And to paraphrase Ms. Hardy, was this more, or how did this compare? And I believe your answer was the integration of gas company, I guess would be easier because there are less systems. That was your testimony?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, because, and the reason is that New Mexico Gas already has its Banner customer care system. They already have their Quorum gas supply system. We're not, it's just examples there. That's not a complete answer. So we're not needing to stand those up where we had to stand those up back at the Delta Gas Company and the Magnolia Gas Company.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any, I'll go back through any limited cross-examination based on Ms. Hardy's redirect and the couple of questions that I had. Mr. Gould.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, and I will be quick to follow up. Good morning, Mr. Tuminello. Nice to see you again.
Good morning, Mr. Gould. Same here.
I'm confused, so if you could help me get unconfused about the corporate structure of this Delta Utilities. I think we can do it in one question. Yesterday, I think you said that the Delta Utilities was an umbrella under which both Magnolia Gas and Delta Gas Company resided. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir. And I hopefully was consistent today by explaining that Delta Utilities isn't a separate legal entity. It's a name that we use that really is the combination of Magnolia Gas Company and Delta Gas Company.
So, and that was my precise question, because if Delta Utilities is not a legal entity, what is the legal entity that corresponds to that single board?
Yeah,
You see what I mean? How do you have a board without a legal entity? That's, I guess, I'm confused. That's
yes,
my
sir.
confusion.
Let me clarify that. And maybe
Okay.
I wasn't as clear yesterday, so I'll be crystal clear today. Delta Gas Company and Magnolia Gas Company, they each have a board. It's the same members, same board members, and we do hold board meetings concurrently. So I hope that can clarify that for you, sir.
That does clarify. You answered a couple of questions from your counsel, Ms. Hardy, about my questions yesterday about the potential for a SAP cloud-based ERP. Do you recall that that conversation you had with Ms. Hardy?
I do recall.
Okay, and what I heard you say yesterday was that you had heard about a SAP cloud-based ERP in some general conversations. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, sir. I think generally, I think that SAP is launching a cloud-based system just through kind of industry friends and conversations.
Did you follow up on those general conversations in any way?
No, sir. And the reason being is we have become so, I'll use the term expert. We built expertise within the Oracle cloud system. And we're very confident in that system. And also, we are not aware, our IT team, and Mr. Miko would be good to confirm this, not aware of any SAP cloud integrations and implementations to date. And typically, you don't want to be the first. So that would be my view on that question.
Okay, and that's what I had understood your answer to be. Did you refer, and I'll ask Mr. Miko this, and then I'll move on and close this line of questions. Did you refer that issue to Mr. Miko for further research, that issue of whether there was an SAP cloud out there that might be viable?
Yeah, Mr. Miko, he's certainly aware of SAP. He can confirm that, as well as our Accenture team of specialists in this area. They have been, working with us for this 2.5 year period. I would say that there's awareness.
Okay, that's all I have, Madam Hearing Examiner, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Ms. Nanasi, anything further? Need to unmute.
I'm sorry. No, thank you.
Okay, very well. Ms. Beatles?
I have nothing. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman?
Nothing from staff.
Very well. I believe then, unless Hearing Examiner Schaefer has a question, we have concluded your cross-examination, Mr. Tuminello. And you're excused, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Appreciate your time, sir.
You're very welcome.
And thank you. I believe the next joint applicant's witness is Mr. Miko.
Right.
That's correct, Madam Examiner, and we are just going to take a minute here to have him come in and have Mr. Tuminello escape.
Run away. Okay.
Thank
Very
you.
well.
Just be a moment.
Okay, and I'm looking at for Mr. Miko.
He's going to come in this room, so he'll be replacing Mr. Tuminello.
Okay. It looks like we have in area, and then it looks like that Ms. Nanasi used her time. So we'd go, and WRA has 10 minutes. CCAE has 30, FEA has 15, and staff has 15. So, good morning, sir.
Morning.
Ms. Hardy?
Thank you, Madam Examiner. The BC applicants call their next witness, Mr. Mark S. Miko.
Very well. Mr. Lee, would you please swear Mr. Miko in?
Mr. Miko, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Mr. Miko, can you please state your full name for the record?
Mark Stephen Miko.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm the Chief Information Officer for Delta Utilities.
Mr. Miko, do you have in front of you what has been marked as Joint Applicant Exhibit 8, titled The Revised Application Direct Testimony of Mark S. Miko?
I do, yes.
Was the testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Are there any attachments to your direct testimony?
There are.
Were the attachments prepared by you, or are they true and correct copies of the documents they purport to be?
They were either prepared by me or under my supervision, but yes, they are.
If you were asked the same questions in your direct testimony here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Do you have any additions, corrections, or deletions?
No, I do not.
Madam Examiner, I move for the admission of Joint Applicant Exhibit 8.
Mr. Miko, is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as Joint Applicant Exhibit number 8? Mr. Miko's revised direct testimony filed in this case as affirmed by him here today. Hearing no objection, Joint Exhibit 8 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. Mr. Miko, do you have in front of you what has been marked as Joint Applicant Exhibit 9, which is the revised application rebuttal testimony?
I do.
Mark Miko. Are there any attachments to that exhibit?
No, there's no attachment to that exhibit.
Was the testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Are the answers true and correct?
Yes, they are.
If you were asked the same questions in your rebuttal testimony again here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Do you have any additions, corrections, or deletions?
I do
Should
not.
I ask him if he's aware?
You need to be muted there, Mr. Go ahead and answer again, sir.
Do you have any additions, corrections, or deletions?
No, I do not.
Madam Examiner, I move for the admission of Joint Applicant Exhibit 9.
Any objection to what's been identified as Joint Exhibit number 9, Mr. Miko's revised application rebuttal testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, Joint Exhibit 9 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you, Madam Examiner. I have no further questions for Mr. Miko. He is available for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Gould, you have questions for Mr. Miko?
I do, Madam Hearing Examiner. And sorry for not having my my microphone muted. Good morning, Mr. Miko. We meet again.
Yes, good morning.
We had
See you again.
a deposition in this case. I think it was in August. Do you recall that?
I do recall, yes.
Yeah, I may or may not need to refer to that, but if I do, I just wanted to refresh your recollection on that. You work closely with Mr. Tuminello on these IT ERP matters, do you not?
Not on a day-to-day basis, no. As chairman of our board, I do some reporting to him on status, I would say at the executive level.
This is a very basic question. I asked Mr. Tuminello yesterday, what does the acronym ERP stand for? And he wasn't exactly certain. Can you give us that the full name of that ERP so that it's clear on the record what we're talking about?
It is Enterprise Resource Planning.
Okay. And what does that Enterprise Resource Plan include exactly?
So it's a description of a system. So it's typically called an ERP system. So an Enterprise Resource Planning system. And that system is made up of modules that essentially conduct the business or for the enterprise, the company we're talking about. It's made up of modules, things like finance, accounting, HR, payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable, supply chain management. Those various modules make up an ERP system or Enterprise Resource Planning system.
And one of those modules is an IT module. Is that is my understanding correct?
No, sir.
Okay.
The system itself, I think, would be called an IT system, but I wouldn't necessarily equate a module to an IT module.
Okay. So I guess what are in your IT services, shared services proposal, what exactly are you proposing that the Delta Utilities would do? What functions would you do for Gas Company of New Mexico?
So we're proposing the Oracle ERP solution, as we've talked about. So there is a finance and accounting module and all of the related ERP modules that I talked about, where you get accounts payable, accounts receivable, those kinds of things. So Oracle calls that Oracle Cloud Fusion ERP. So that's the one module, the largest module we're proposing. The second is WACS. which is work and asset cloud system. And it is basically the work and asset management module of Oracle. And then a third one is OFS, or Oracle Field Services. And that is the field work order system that the men and women in the field of the gas company would use to execute the orders and the work orders for the customers on a day-to-day basis.
Would that Oracle cloud-based system provide billing?
No.
Okay. Would it provide HR services?
Yes, there's another module that was just mentioned in Mr. Tuminello's testimony that you were asking about, and it is the HCM module, and that is essentially equivalent to what you call the HRIS system. And HCM stands for Human Capital Management.
Okay. I used to think that the regulatory arena had too many acronyms. I'm correcting my understanding right now. You had mentioned accounting. So accounting would be one of the services that this cloud-based system would provide New Mexico Gas Company if this proposal was accepted?
Yes. So the accounting system would be part of the IT shared services. Just to be crystal clear, we're not proposing accounting services to New Mexico Gas. They would have their own accountants, their own accounting department. But what we're proposing here is the accounting system that staff would use.
Okay. Any other services? Hold on for a moment. Sorry, I was getting feedback from my co-counsel on his link up. So sorry about that. Can you think of any other general services that this shared services proposal would include?
One other system we haven't talked about yet, and it's called Power Plan. And Power Plan is a fixed asset accounting system for capital project management in the utilities industry. So again, we're providing capital project management accounting services. We're providing the system in order for the accountants to perform that task.
And very briefly describe what you mean by capital project accounting services.
So a capital project in a gas utility is like putting pipe in the ground. You've got a job cost that, material cost that, labor cost that project, track those costs and manage those costs over the life of that project. And the Power Plan system is the system that would do that activity. Again, we are only providing the system and making the system available for the New Mexico Gas Company accountants and employees to do that function.
Okay. Would you turn to Mr. Tuminello's testimony, JA Exhibit PIT2? This is his direct.
Yep.
And I'm looking at page 5 of 17.
Exhibit PIT2, page 5 of 17.
Yes, sir.
I'm there.
I want you to just read to yourself the information that is in the bottom 2 boxes that are under faster, more frequent, and less costly upgrades. Do you see that?
Yep.
If you just refresh your recollection with that information, please.
Yep, I'm good. I got it.
My, this is a high level summary of this information, and I want to ask you a question about it. My high level understanding of that is that what Delta Utilities compared is the Oracle cloud-based system that they've been working on and tailored to meet your needs at the gas companies in Mississippi and New Orleans. And you compared that to a server-based system that provides IT functions at somewhere in the Emera companies. Is that a fair summary of what that information is?
Yeah, yes, but just to be a little bit more specific, we compared our solution to the what's been talked about as the $56 million proposal plan estimate by New Mexico Gas, TECO, and Emera to upgrade their SAP system and their Hitachi asset suite.
Okay. A very basic question, and I appreciate the elaboration. And if you can explain more in response to this question, my basic question is that somewhere within the TECO Emera companies, there is a server-based IT system that's being shared with gas company. Is that a fair basic question?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so if this acquisition is approved, after the shared services, the TSA with Emera TECO goes away, gas company would not have access to those serving computers, those servers, would it?
That's correct.
So the $56 million estimate that related to SAP that you referred would be what? Gas company buying its own servers and purchasing another license?
No, the $56 million estimate that we've been using kind of to compare would be that if the transaction didn't get approved and New Mexico Gas stayed with TECO and Emera's services, that SAP system and Hitachi asset suite system are both end of life, and they would be forced to execute that project, pay the $56 million, and upgrade that system. And that system plan, as it stands right now for the $56 million, is to do it with new servers and replace the servers that you're referring to.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That really was the point of my questions here. So my next question is slightly different. You've described all of the services that the Oracle cloud-based IT is providing to Delta utility companies. Does the SAP IT system provide the same services?
Yeah, I don't like to use the word services. I would say it delivers, the SAP system delivers the same functionality in general as the Oracle system that we're proposing.
So your proposal, if it's accepted, the Oracle cloud platform would go in and replace everything that the SAP system is currently doing for for New Mexico Gas Company. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
Okay, there wouldn't be any extra or anything left out. That's really what I'm getting to. Are we talking
Not of SAP. It would be a wholesale replacement of SAP.
Okay. And in order to do that, you can't, let me ask a better question. Can you do that piecemeal, or you have to do it all at once?
It's obvious. I think it is possible to do it piecemeal. I think what we were doing here was trying to do it in the most efficient and effective, cost-effective manner. And my 30 years of experience says that if your goal is to do it efficiently and at the lowest cost, doing it all at once is the better route.
Okay. And just to finish this line of questioning, if you could go back again to Mr. Tuminello's PIT exhibit PIT2, and this time I want to turn to page 16 of 17.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
And that is the high level timeline chart, correct?
Yes, correct.
And I believe Mr. Tuminello just answered this with respect to an answer, a request from Mr. Friedman of commission staff. But I want to be just a little more specific. If you look at the top, you see the plus numbers up at the top.
Yes,
Your understanding is those are months after the close of the New Mexico Gas Company transaction, right?
yes,
Because you can't do anything with replacing the current SAP until you actually own the company, or Delta, excuse me, until BCP fund owns gas company. Is that a fair statement?
I mean, in theory, we could
Okay.
outlay capital to do that, or outlay dollars to do that. I think our roadblock would be getting the data from Tico and Amera without the transaction being approved.
Okay. So if you would follow me in that time chart to plus 13.
Okay, I'm there.
And then it says Oracle HCM go live. What is that the date in which you plan, if this transaction is approved and the shared services goes forward, is that the date that you plan to take SAP IT offline and put the Oracle IT system online for gas company?
No, sir. The HCM is again human capital management. That would be the deployment of the single module called HCM or human capital management at that 13th month.
Okay. So the go live date for the entire suite is plus 16.
I think we're saying, yeah, 15 months is the time frame. It looks like it's kind of past a little bit 15 or right in between 15 and 16 on this chart.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you now and shift gears to Mr. Tuminello's statements about, excuse me for a moment, about what he heard about the SAP cloud-based IT system. You were in the room. Were you listening to Mr. Tuminello this morning?
Yes, I was, sir.
Were you listening to his testimony yesterday?
Yes, sir.
I asked him a question about the potential for SAP to move to a cloud-based IT system. Do you recall that part of the conversation?
Yes, sir.
And I confirmed this with Mr. Tuminello this morning. He stated that he had just heard about that in general conversations. Is that your understanding of that testimony?
That's my understanding of what he said. Yes.
Did he ever ask you to look into the SAP cloud-based system?
I don't recall him specifically asking me to do that as an action, but just as a general matter of being a CIO in utilities, I kind of stay on top of what's going on in the industry, and I'm generally aware of releases and new product releases and those kinds of things for major providers like SAP and Oracle.
And SAP is a well-known name in the IT space, is it not?
Yes, it's one of the top providers, I think, in the utility space for sure.
And it has customers throughout the world, does it not?
It does, yes.
Have you heard about any adoption by any utility company worldwide of the SAP cloud-based IT system?
Yeah. So just, I think we're talking a little bit of apples and oranges here, maybe just like we did in the deposition, but
Sure,
there is
absolutely.
two pieces of the system or multiple pieces of the system that can be delivered in cloud. Oracle's cloud solution is 100% cloud. All aspects of the system, front end, back end, database, everything is in the cloud. And that all of the modules are fully integrated together in the cloud. When you talk about the SAP Cloud offering, what that is essentially only pieces of the system are available in the cloud. And it's kind of an apples and oranges comparison. And the reason for that is Oracle was first to the cloud in the big utility ERP systems, the big utility billing systems, etc. And SAP is playing catch up. Since these estimates and these plans were built, there were only two fully integrated cloud-based systems for utilities that met the qualifications or the requirement to be fully 100% cloud. And SAP was not in that list. It was only a system called Kraken, which is Kraken, and the Oracle system that we're referencing in this case. Since that estimates have been built, Oracle has come out with components of their system that they're offering in the cloud, and they're marketing that as cloud. But it's really not an apples to apples comparison.
I believe in the last sentence you may have misspoken. You said Oracle is now, I think you meant SAP is now marketing.
Yes, sorry. SAP is now marketing. Oracle has been a 100% integrated cloud solution for a couple years now and has been also marketing it as a 100% cloud. But yeah, recently SAP has started to market some components of the system as cloud.
Okay, fair enough. And following up on that testimony that you just gave, the $56 million estimate to basically upgrade the New Mexico Gas Company system is it did not include a cloud component, did it?
Correct.
Okay. If you know, when does the current New Mexico Gas Company SAP system that they're sharing with the Emera and TECO companies, when does it become obsolete?
I think that was in my testimony. I don't remember the exact date, but I know it falls within 2027, the year of 2027. So it will go out of support and end of life at that point, and need to be, they need to be live with the new replacement system before that time.
Yeah, I saw the date 2027, and I guess, can you put more specificity on that? Is it first quarter, second quarter, end of year, if you know?
Okay, I found it. They will lose vendor support on December 31st, 2027.
Okay, thank you for that. As far as you know, in the record of this case, and I know the record is somewhat voluminous, so as far as you know, has there been an analysis that compares adopting the Oracle system that you're proposing, the Oracle IT cloud system, the cost of that for gas company, with a adoption of a SAP cloud-based system for gas company? Has there been a cost comparison in this record furnished?
Yeah, again, sir, I think you're talking apples and oranges kind of comparison here, but no, I'm not aware of any specific, if there's any SAP analysis with any of the, partial cloud components included.
Thank you for your testimony. Madam Hearing Examiner, I believe those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. I believe NAE utilized its time elsewhere. Is that correct, Ms.
It is.
Nanasi?
It is correct.
Very well. Ms. Beatles, you reserve 10 minutes.
Yes, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch, Mr. DeSalen, I believe that CCAE reserved 30 minutes for Mr. Miko.
Ms. Hearing Examiner Hurst, that's correct. And I would like to ask a few questions of Mr. Miko.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Miko. My name's Kara Lynch, and I'm an attorney with the Coalition for Clean, Affordable Energy and Prosperity Works in this matter. It's good to meet you.
Good morning.
Hi. I'll have probably enough questions to get us through the 30 minutes. So please, if you could assist with moving through the time limit, that would be appreciated.
Will do.
Okay, could you please turn to page 9 of your rebuttal testimony and let me know when you are there?
I'm there.
At lines 18 through 20, you state that New Mexico Gas Company will lose vendor support for its SAP ECC 6.0 IT system. What do you mean by vendor support?
SAP will continue to provide patches, upgrades, functionality improvements, etc., to a system, to their systems, up through what is called the life of that version or the life of that system. And on December 31st, 2027, it's my understanding that New Mexico Gas will lose that support of SAP.
Okay, so the vendor support is that support.
The vendor support is that support, yes.
Okay. Amera is aware that New Mexico Gas Company will lose vendor support, correct?
I'm going to object to this question on the ground that it calls for speculation.
Amera communicated with New Mexico Gas Company that it would be losing vendor support of SAP by December 31st, 2027, correct?
Wait a minute. Are you responding to the objection?
Well, I am responding to the objection because I'll rephrase the question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Apologies. Do you know if Amera was aware that it would lose the vendor support of SAP, that New Mexico Gas Company would lose support of the SAP system?
What I know is this information, as it's described in the testimony, has been given to me by New Mexico Gas Company. So I'm assuming that New Mexico Gas either heard from SAP or heard from Amera that their support was going to end on December 31st, 2027.
Okay. In your experience, a public utility like New Mexico Gas Company that knows it's losing vendor support would likely weigh alternatives that exist for it to replace the services it will lose, correct?
Yes.
Would it be reasonable for New Mexico Gas Company to have identified alternatives to upgrading its SAP system if it knew it would lose vendor support?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't, or what extent of they looked at as far as alternatives. Again, what I was provided with is the plan as it stands, the $56 million plan that we keep talking about, that is to replace the on-premise system of SAP with another on-premise system of SAP.
Okay, so if BCP, if this approval for acquisition occurs, would it be reasonable for BCP or New Mexico Gas Company to investigate alternatives to the current SAP system?
I mean, the reason that we are not doing that is because we feel we can do it for a lot cheaper and a lot more efficient than and effectively, again, build a purpose-built SAP Oracle solution to replace SAP. As others have testified, and I agree with, our skill set is in Oracle. This will be our third now. We've gotten through two. We'll be through two implementations at this point. This will be our third implementation, and we believe that through that assessment, it's the best solution for New Mexico Gas Company.
Okay, so do you know whether SAP would want to keep its current client base?
I'm sure it does.
Is it a possibility that SAP might offer migration services for its current clients from a server-based model to a cloud-based model?
I'm going to object on the ground that the question calls for speculation as to what SAP may or may not do.
In your experience and knowledge, is that a possibility?
So your response to the objection is
Is that
doesn't call
it does
I'm
not call for
sorry?
speculation. It is based upon the experience and knowledge that Mr. Miko has in this area of expertise.
Ms. Hardy?
Well, I think Ms. Lynch rephrased the question in response to the objection, which I didn't object to her rephrased version of the question.
Okay. Mr. Miko, answer the question based on your knowledge and experience, sir.
Okay. Based on my knowledge and experience, SAP has been historically the worst vendor to work with from a negotiations perspective, to get discounts from, cooperation from.
Objection.
What are you objecting to?
This response doesn't answer the question whether an entity like SAP would offer migration services from a server-based program to an IT-based program. I didn't ask about whether negotiations with SAP can be characterized in any particular way. Perhaps Mr. Miko has some basis for SAP negotiations, but that doesn't go to the heart of my question.
Do you understand what the specific question is, Mr. Miko?
Could you restate?
Yeah,
Yes.
Go ahead and restate your question, Miss.
Does an
Ms. Lynch.
entity such as SAP or other providers of comparable services offer migrations from server-based programs to cloud-based programs?
I would say, based on my experience, it is possible.
Do you know whether New Mexico Gas Company presents Oracle as an option, or in this case, BCP presents Oracle as an option? Wouldn't New Mexico Gas Company a public utility still have to issue a public RFP that it seeks to replace its IT system?
I know that that is normal practice. I think in this particular case, again, given the efficiency and the effectiveness of the implementations that we've had at Delta, that's why we're proposing this as the best solution. I think it would definitely be possible that they could compare our solution against other solutions in the market.
Mr. Miko, did you have to do an RFP process or some kind of public process um, in the other jurisdictions for this service?
We did not, Your Honor. We did a what I would consider a kind of a demonstration comparison and a vendor comparison between the two products that met the requirements and the qualifications for our project, which again was to be 100% in the cloud, fully integrated solution in the cloud. And as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, the only two at the time that we selected were Kraken and Oracle. And we did a demonstration kind of bake-off, if you will, between those two and did cost negotiations between those two and selected Oracle.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lynch.
Thank you. On page 11, lines 1 and 2 of your rebuttal testimony, you discuss that an execution team completed a similar transition in July 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe that transition from what service to the Oracle-based system was involved in that transition?
This transition is referring to the Entergy transition, and Entergy was on an SAP system, and we migrated, or us with Accenture migrated all of the data from the SAP system into the Oracle cloud system.
Who composed the team that directed that transition?
Well, we at Delta Utilities did compose the team, and it was made up of mostly Accenture resources, a few Delta Utilities employees, including myself, once I started with the company, and then a few independent consultants.
Okay. Further down on page 11, at lines 17 through 20, you describe that the, quote, cut-over systems are the back office systems and do not include the billing, metering, and customer service systems that are currently in place at New Mexico Gas Company, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
These cutover systems are independent and use different software programs than what Oracle would provide, correct?
I'm not sure I understand. Can you maybe restate?
Would Oracle provide any of those cutover systems?
These are the activities that the system provides, or what I used the word earlier, maybe functionality that the system provides. And yeah, Oracle will provide these cutover activities, or will support these cutover activities listed here: finance, supply chain, HR, asset management.
So
Will they
Oracle,
support, hold on just a second. Will they support them in the cloud?
Yeah, so I'm sorry. Uh, um, I think the confusion is over the idea of cutover systems versus cutover activities. I'm not referring to anything called cutover systems. I'm referring to the cutover activities that will be supported by Oracle in the cloud. Those cutover activities that will be supported are, or functionality, to use a different word for clarification, is the finance function, the supply chain function, the HR function, and the asset management function. Those functions will be automated or performed within the Oracle Cloud system.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lynch.
So are the billing, the metering, and customer service functions also referred to as cutover systems, ones that are provided by the Oracle cloud-based system?
No, customer service billing, those metering will remain on the New Mexico Gas Hanson Banner customer information system.
Thank you. And that concludes the extent of my questions for Mr. Miko.
Thank you. Right at half. Ms. Lynch, I think now is probably an appropriate time for us to take our 10-minute recess. I've got 10:32, so why don't we take our recess now and come back at 10:42? Remember, the YouTube is on. Thank you.
I've been there before. It's nice. Yes. David's on break, so let me talk to him and talk to you later then. Okay. Okay. How's it going, Rob?
Good.
You are not on mute, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
Okay. I believe we are back. Very well. I think we're back from our morning recess to continue with I believe Mr. Freeman, you had reserved 15 minutes for Mr. Miko. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Miko. My name is Jelani Freeman, representing federal executive agencies, and just had a couple questions for you.
Good morning.
Morning. You're employed by Delta Utilities, the service company, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain where the service company is located within the enterprise?
You mean geographical location, sir?
No, within the business structure.
Within the structure. So it kind of sits in between Delta Gas Company and Magnolia Gas Company, and provides shared services to both of those companies.
So, well, for you in your position, who do you report up to?
I report to a gentleman named Jeremy Turner. He's our Chief Administrative Officer.
And he's within the service company, Delta Utility Service Company structure.
As well, yes.
Okay, and then who does he report to?
He reports to the CEO, Tim Poche.
Okay. Where would the for the service company, where would the cost allocation manual be located?
I'm gonna object because I think that's outside the scope of Mr. Miko's testimony.
Mr. Freeman?
I think I'm just trying to get a better sense, as we were with Mr. Tuminello of the structure, and I think in terms of asking where the cost allocation manual is, I'm simply trying to see if this transaction is approved, where the costs will be going to from the Delta Utility Service Company.
I'm going to overrule your objection, Ms. Hardy. I mean, I think since potentially gas company is going to have a relationship with the service company, that it's appropriate to know how their corporate structure is. Answer the question if you know, sir.
Yeah, so any cost allocation manual for Delta Utility Services would be within our accounting and finance department of the shared services organization. And any cost allocations that we do within IT follow that manual.
And so for the service company, do you know how the cost will be allocated to, say, Magnolia?
It's not part of, no, I don't. It's not part of my responsibility.
Okay, those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you, Mr. Miko.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. I believe that staff has allocated 15 minutes of questions for Mr. Miko.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner. I have just a few. I don't think I'll be that whole 15 minutes.
Okay, and it's Mr. Friedman. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Miko. My name is Ryan Friedman, and I'm representing staff today. And like I said, I just have a few questions for you.
Good morning, Mr. Friedman.
Are there any cost savings procedures that we put into place to ensure the shared services transition remains a true cost savings to ratepayers?
What we do plan to put in place is some service level agreements and, often called SLAs or performance metrics, to kind of make sure that we are delivering on the promise, on the service levels that we will agree to with New Mexico Gas Company.
And do you recall staff's recommendation for a $12 million cap on the shared services contract?
No.
Have you reviewed any of staff's testimony or recommendations that have been filed for this case?
Sporadically.
If I was to tell you that staff recommended a $12 million cap subject to check, would you be okay with that?
Yes.
And would you be opposed to that cap?
Our estimates right now fall under that. I wouldn't have the authority to, commit the company to that. Right now we're estimating less than that.
Is there any Are there any expectations or possibilities that the costs rise above the $12 million cap?
I think it is possible.
$12 million.
Yeah, I think it's possible, but again, I would echo Mr. Tuminello and say that, like he suggested, we are very confident we can deliver it and keep it within that savings range.
That concludes my questions, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. I believe that concludes the cross-examination portion for Mr. Miko. I believe I understand your testimony, Mr. Miko. And I don't believe, seems like I had one. And I guess it's more of a general understanding question, sir, about the way that that this cloud-based system and the sharing of services would work. And it's kind of related to the questions I believe that Mr. Freeman asked Mr. Tuminello with regard to emergency and disaster preparedness. And in your familiarity with the Delta utility systems, the Magnolia and Delta Gas, do they have reporting requirements to jurisdictional authorities in an emergency and situation?
I mean, we do have, upon request, we have those. I'm not aware of any, routine emergency reporting requirements to any of the jurisdictional bodies there.
Well, and I guess what I'm concerned about is with this new cloud-based system that you're proposing, there's interaction, for example, with other state agencies here in New Mexico. If there was going to be some kind of, uh, unknown, security event or natural disaster event, and I'm just wondering, does this new Oracle cloud-based system, does that give you the functionality to communicate with other required state or federal agencies?
Yeah. I think I know where you're going, Your Honor.
And the answer is yes.
Yeah, the answer is yes, and I'd be happy to elaborate and give a little bit more detail on the disaster recovery, reliability, high availability mechanisms that we've put in place.
Okay, please do.
Yeah. So one of the beauties of the cloud system is that it resides on at data centers that are managed by big organizations, and there are specialists in that. While utility companies often have their own data centers, I would argue, in my experience, that the big software manufacturers, such as Oracle, do it better in their data centers and to have more reliable data centers. So the beauty of this Oracle Cloud system in Oracle's cloud is we have a highly redundant environment. And what that means is we have our system running in 2 different regions of the country. We happen to be in North Carolina and the state of Washington for our particular instance. And we can set that same scenario up for New Mexico Gas. That basically removes those computing systems away from the storm areas, the emergency disaster areas, and we can seamlessly move the primary application to any of those regions as needed. And that all comes inherently with the cloud solution. That's one of the advantages of the cloud solution. As Mr. Tuminello mentioned, the other thing around disaster recovery is because our systems are in the cloud, essentially you can be anywhere in the world simply with an internet connection, just like we're doing on the Zoom call today, and get full functionality of the system. So your geographical location as an employee really doesn't matter. So if people evacuate in a storm scenario, as long as they have an internet connection at a Starbucks, at a hotel, at a friend's house, at a parent's house, they will be up and running on our systems. So we actually feel that the disaster recovery, emergency preparedness process, and infrastructure that we've put in place, processes we've put in place, are actually superior to those of an on-premise solution. The other benefit of Delta Utilities, the 2 companies, Delta Gas and Magnolia Gas, is we have 22 locations that we can spread our employees around, or they can work, as I mentioned earlier, right from their home or right from a hotel. So no matter where they are located, they will have access to the system in an emergency response situation.
Does the system, I mean, big also means, well, it may have certain advantages if there's a data breach, or if your employee at the hotel in another country has some kind of security issue with their computer. That's potentially problematic. Do you have extra security that goes along with this increased ability to um, be anywhere and get into the system?
We do, Your Honor. Yes, there is several tools that are deployed on our network and help us monitor and thwart all of those threats. We've also retained Accenture in a managed services. They run a security operations center for us 24/7, 365 days a year, where they're constantly managing all internet traffic to and from every application that Delta Utilities has and runs. They're able to immediately respond to any of those threats. They're able to thwart those vulnerabilities, and we have a very sophisticated cybersecurity program. Again, another benefit that we feel we're bringing to New Mexico Gas Company over top of their, over and above of what they currently experience today. I also have on my staff a chief information security officer who has, decades of experience in the cybersecurity space. Him and I are both U.S. secret clearance cleared, so that we are brought up to speed and read in on any utility breaches, so that we can understand what's going on to other utilities and then could correspondingly react and make sure we're mitigating any vulnerabilities that we may have if that could have been similar to that utility that was breached. So I feel like, again, we have a very sophisticated and very mature cybersecurity program in place, and I think New Mexico Gas will benefit greatly from that.
Very well. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that information. Ms. Hardy, do you have any redirect for Mr. Miko?
Just a couple, Madam Examiner.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Miko, with respect to the questions about the comparison between the Oracle Cloud System and SAP, is the Oracle Cloud System that would be implemented for New Mexico Gas Company a fit-for-purpose gas utility solution?
It is. When Oracle or SAP sells their product, it's not purpose fit. It's a standard utilities package with all the modules I described. By the process of us implementing the Oracle system and configuring the Oracle system for Delta Gas Company and Magnolia Gas Company, we have now made it a built for purpose system for the gas utilities.
And is that one of the very significant benefits of this system that's being proposed?
It is. I call it an accelerator, a best practice accelerator. So we've taken all the best practices, implemented and configured those in the system, and New Mexico Gas can just, leverage that immediately.
And again, with respect to comparing Oracle with SAP, in your experience, is SAP easy to work with as a provider?
Compared to Oracle, no. They, as I mentioned earlier, they're very difficult to negotiate. Their marketing strategy, in my experience, is get you hooked on the application, which New Mexico Gas is, and never let you go.
And does that mean that they don't provide as many discounts, or they aren't willing to negotiate as much?
They have not provided, in my experience, when I've negotiated with them, they've not provided the similar type of discount that I've gotten with Oracle.
And one final question, and this is really just a clarification. When Mr. Friedman was questioning you about staff's proposed $12 million cap and asked if you're okay with that, I just want to be sure that I think what you were responding to was that you accept that staff has made that recommendation.
Correct.
But you're not agreeing with the recommendation.
I don't have the authority to cap the company's, charges.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Okay. Anybody have recrossed based upon my limited questions and Ms. Hardy's questions?
This is Peter
Raise
Gold.
your-
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Just a few. Mr. Miko, I almost called you Tuminello. Apologize. The cybersecurity measures that you were just discussing with the hearing examiner, you recall that?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that the shared services department of Amira and Tico is not as sophisticated as Delta Utilities when it comes to cybersecurity?
No, sir. I don't have any idea about their program. I was just reiterating what we do.
And with respect to cloud-based, the advantages that you're experiencing with the cloud-based Oracle system in terms of its functionality and its ability to respond to multiple people in different locations, wouldn't that all those benefits be available from any reputable cloud-based system?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your testimony that the SAP cloud-based system can't be purpose designed to fit gas LDCs?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we have already purpose fit built the Oracle solution for gas utilities.
And if you know, does SAP, with respect to its server-based customers, provide transitioning services to help those server-based companies to transition to the cloud?
Do you mean professional services to do such a thing?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I believe they offer those.
Okay. And again, have you done any analysis about surrounding how much that might save Gas Company of New Mexico to have SAP provide those migration services versus Delta Utility?
No, again, sir, I was working on the plan of the $56 million plan that we've talked about. That's my understanding of if the transaction was to not be approved, the approach that Amera, Tico, and New Mexico Gas would take.
Okay, thank you for those responses. Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm done. Appreciate it.
Very well. Thank you. Raise your hand if there's any further cross-examination from any party. Okay, I'm not seeing any. So, Mr. Miko, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time, and you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Joint applicants have another witness.
Yes, we do, Madam Hearing Examiner. That would be Ms. Hutt. And I need
Very
5 minutes.
well.
I need 5 minutes to go from this room to that room and get set up. So can I have 5 minutes, please?
Okay, it's 11:05. We'll come back at 11:10, and you can present your witness, sir.
Thank you.
Remember, the YouTube is on.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Hearing
Thank you.
Examiner, this is
Yes,
Peter
sir.
Gould. I'm going to be turning over the cross-examination to Mr. Yar, so I may be offline for a while, or I may be on the YouTube feed, just to let you know that. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Where do you want to be, Tom?
Over here. Over here.
You want to be on 2 then?
Yeah, 2.
What are we doing, Mr. Lee?
Hanging on every word, Judge.
Awesome. Okay, Mr. Domi, are we ready?
Yes, ma'am, I think we are. I see the witness and I see myself and I see you. I think we're good to go.
Well,
The
I
only three that
think
matter,
there's, well, I probably would beg to differ, but I don't want to say too much.
Right. I'm just kidding.
I know you are. You have a witness, sir.
Yes, I do, ma'am. The joint applicants would call Karen Hutt to the stand.
Good morning, Miss Hutt, or afternoon, depending on where you are.
Good morning.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Ms. Hutt, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Mr. Domi.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Hutt, will you please state your name and who you're employed by and what your position is for the record, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Hutt. I am the Chief Strategy and Growth Officer with Emera Incorporated.
Thank you, ma'am. Do you have in front of you what has been marked as joint applicants exhibit number 12, which is entitled Your Application Direct Testimony and Exhibits dated July 3, 2025?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that document?
I do.
Are there any attachments to that document?
There are.
Was this testimony and the gathering of those documents done at your direction or by yourself?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to this testimony at this time?
No, I don't.
If I verbally asked you these same questions today, would you give the same responses?
Yes.
Is this testimony and the exhibits true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of joint applicants number 12.
Any objection to what's been identified as joint exhibit number 12, the revised application, testimony of Ms. Hutt as affirmed by her here today? Hearing no objection, joint exhibit 12 is admitted.
Thank you.
Mr. Domi?
Ms. Hutt, do you have in front of you joint applicant exhibit number 13, which is labeled Hutt Revised Application Rebuttal Testimony dated October 10, 2025?
Yes, I do.
Was this testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes.
And if I asked you, do you have any changes or corrections to this testimony?
No.
And if I verbally asked you these questions today, would you give the same responses as are contained in that exhibit?
Yes.
And is this exhibit true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of joint applicant exhibit number 13.
Ms. Hutt, were there any attachments or exhibits to exhibit 13?
Yes.
And did you prepare those exhibits?
I provided those exhibits, yes.
Okay, and the exhibits are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Any objection to what's been identified as joint exhibit number 13, the revised application rebuttal testimony of Ms. Hutt? Hearing no objection, joint exhibit 13 is admitted. Mr. Domi?
With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would tender the witness for examination.
Very well, thank you, sir. I believe, Mr. Yar, you are going to conduct the cross-examination for NM area. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's also my understanding, according to my cross-examination chart, that Mr. Gould had moved some of his minutes from Ms. Hutt to Mr. Tuminello, resulting in you now having 90 minutes for Ms. Hutt. Is that correct?
That sounds correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Ms. Hutt, is it good morning or good afternoon?
It's actually good afternoon in Halifax.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Hutt. My name is Joseph Yar. I represent the New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, otherwise known as NM area. And I'm here to ask you a couple of questions or some questions regarding your testimony in the case. Just to get a basic understanding of how I want to proceed, I'll give you just a highlight. My questions will focus mainly on your role as the executive on behalf of Emera in its decision to sell New Mexico Gas Company, how that decision was made, what interests it served, and what, if any, it offers New Mexico customers. So just some, basic understanding. Ms. Hutt, you serve as Emera's Chief Strategy and Growth Officer, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were the lead executive overseeing Emera's decision to sell New Mexico Gas Company, is that correct?
I was the lead executive responsible for the execution of that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And through that process, did you have any help with an outside entity?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and it's my understanding that you, and when I say that, I know that I need to be clear that Emera, through you, worked with JP Morgan in evaluating the bids?
That's right.
Okay. And JP Morgan also did the solicitation too, is that correct?
JP Morgan was engaged to provide advice and leadership around the entire process. So from the beginning of the process all the way through to the final culmination of the transaction.
Okay. Okay, so they had a very big role in it. Thank you. And you're the executive in this case from Emera to explain decision to the commission. Is that correct?
That's right.
What I'm getting to is there's no other representative here from Emera to explain Emera's role in this transaction.
That's true.
Okay. I'll be referring to mainly documents, and I'll give you a heads up before I do that. What I'd like to get into is some of the rebuttal testimony that you filed. I'm not looking at any specific page, but generally speaking, in the rebuttal testimony, you responded to some of the interveners' concerns raised that were directed to Emera's role. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. In your revised direct, you also included an exhibit. I think it was KEH2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'd like to turn your attention to that document if you have it handy.
I do.
Kind of walk through it with me. In that letter mainly asked bidders to provide a purchase price, transaction structure, and financing. Is that correct?
If you're referring to the bid instructions, there were 13 different requirements that we had asked bidders to provide a response to.
Okay. And I guess those 13, we'll just walk through them, is the identity of the purchaser. Number 2, which is going to be, I think, an important one, the transaction operating and ownership experience in public.
I'm sorry. Number 2 again. There was a garble in the transmission.
Sorry, Mr. Lee. I tend to talk fast. I will absolutely try to slow down. Number two indicates transaction, operating, and ownership experience in public utilities. Number three, ma'am, that's correct? I'm reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Number three is the proposed purchase price.
Yes.
4, key conditions and assumptions.
Yes.
5, transition services.
Yes.
Financial sources.
Yes.
Management and employees. Number 7.
Yes.
Number 8, due diligence requirements.
Yes.
Number 9, internal approval process.
Yes.
10, timing.
Yes.
11, external approval process.
Yes.
12, contact information and advisors.
Yes.
And then the 13th, which is the catch-all other.
That's right.
So out of those 13,
I just want to indicate, Mr. York, excuse me, just a moment, that the Exhibit 13 that's in the Dropbox does not have the attachment.
and
That needs-
area.
No. No. You need to check on that, Mr. Domi.
Madam Hearing
Go
Examiner,
ahead, sir. Yes.
KEH2 is attached to as an exhibit to number 12, Madam Hearing Examiner. It is attached, it's an exhibit attached to the July 3rd testimony. It's attached to that exhibit.
Oh, okay. I thought Mr. Yar said her rebuttal testimony, Exhibit 13.
I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Okay.
it's referred to in 13, but it's attached to 12.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so out of the 13, out of the 13, there's only one requirement for the operating experience of the public utilities. Is that correct?
Yes, item 2.
Okay, and there are a couple of other ones that involve financing, right? Number 6 and number 3, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the date of this letter is March 22nd, 2024. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So just understanding, generally speaking, how this letter worked, this letter was sent out by JP Morgan to the potential bidders. Is that how it worked?
Yes, that is true. So it was part of what we describe as round 1 of the overall process. So included in round 1 would be the very initial stage of scanning the market for potential qualified buyers, engaging with them, and then to the extent that they were interested in participating, then completing a non-disclosure agreement with them. And then out of that, those parties who decided to execute the non-disclosure agreement were provided with some information. We call it 2 different things: a confidential information memorandum, which is quite an extensive document that describes all of the different aspects of New Mexico Gas Company. And we also provided them with a financial model. And what you have here is it's what we call a bid instruction letter that was provided by JP Morgan to those parties to have them provide us with a non-binding response to the various questions that we've outlined here, so we could begin to understand the different answers relative to the bidders and begin to streamline that process into a smaller set of parties.
Okay. Is it fair to say that this letter, as you mentioned, was round one, kind of put out what Emera was looking for in a potential suitor?
Not exactly. I mean, this was a process run by our financial advisor, so it was really designed to make sure that we had qualified, serious bidders who were prepared to engage in the process. There were a number of different conversations that occurred throughout the process. This was really the bankers, JP Morgan's process of really trying to define who would represent the most viable parties to continue to participate in the process.
Okay. I think I'm a little bit confused, and maybe I think your statement made it clear. And I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. JP Morgan is kind of running it at this point. They're the ones kind of.
Absolutely.
Okay. Are they getting direction from Emera on what you
Yes.
want? Okay.
Yes. We're their client, and we have hired them to run this process.
Okay.
They would certainly have had an indication from us around the kinds of things that were important in this. So operating experience is an area that you highlighted. It is typical for financial sponsors like private equity firms similar to Bernhard Capital, as well as strategic companies. Both of those, we just define them generally as participants. It is common that they would participate in these kinds of exercises. So we wanted to understand their qualifications.
Okay. That's super helpful. Thank you. All right. And so again, just kind of going back to the letter, we're talking about the date. I just have it. There it is.
In March
22nd, 2024. Okay. And those 13 qualifications, or I don't want to mischaracterize it, the indicative bid instructions, as they are called in the letter, those would have been developed through your input and the help of JP Morgan, correct?
Yes, that's true. Most of these are what I would describe as quite standard within the sector. One particular area that was important for us to include, even in round one, was item 7, which was management and employees. It was important for us to understand what potential bidders had in mind as it would relate to the possible event that they were owners of New Mexico Gas. We wanted to specifically understand what intention they had around engaging the local management team.
Okay, that's helpful. So Emera was focused on making sure that the management team, what the bidders would do relative to New Mexico Gas's existing management team.
That was an important consideration of ours, yes.
Okay. And we know from the testimony in this case that the BCP applicants have made it clear that they are going to let New Mexico Gas Company just run itself in its existing. And I would imagine, well, first, let me just answer that. Let you answer that question. Your understanding is, and let me repeat it, I apologize. Your understanding is the BCP applicants have indicated that New Mexico Gas Company is going to be run as it is right now, not going to tamper with the management.
Objection,
that's
Your Honor.
correct.
The attorney's testifying, Madam Examiner.
Your
He
Honor.
answered the question.
Yeah, she answered the
Mr.
question.
Dame.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. So let me just think about this for a second. We're talking about March 22nd, 2024. This first round letter goes out to prospective purchasers. You get that narrowed down to what after that?
Yes, that's right. So there were 20 parties who executed a non-disclosure agreement. So that qualified them to participate in round one. The result of round one is that we advanced 5 parties to round two.
Okay. Just want to step back and make sure I understand you, ma'am. You indicated just a moment ago that this letter went out and then how did you say it? You issued non-disclosure agreements to 22, is that correct?
No, that was much earlier than that. So
Okay.
the first thing that happened, if a party indicated that they were interested in participating in the process, they had to execute a non-disclosure agreement. They then received information regarding New Mexico Gas, and out of that, they received this bid letter to provide their proposal to us.
Okay, thank you. And then next, what happened?
We determined that there were 5 parties that we wanted to invite into round two. And round two is the continued due diligence that the parties are completing related to New Mexico Gas. There were management presentations, we call them, where a select set of parties actually had an opportunity to meet with the management team at New Mexico Gas. And then out of that, there was another instruction letter that parties were provided to. That was in May. And there was a set of information that we asked from those parties, including at that point a binding offer, so an offer that they would be prepared to stand behind. And out of that, we subsequently proceeded with negotiations with BCP.
And so March 22nd, this letter goes out. Sometime April, there was a decision to send a round two letter. That didn't go out until May, but a decision sometime in April after you got the responses back from the round one letter.
Yes, there was a decision to whittle down the list to eventually get to a smaller set of parties. That's true.
Okay. And what did you use as a basis to whittle down that list from the first letter to the second letter? What was the
One question at a time, Mr. Yar.
Yes, ma'am. What did you use? Sorry.
The responses to the round one letter from March 22nd, 2024,
right.
Those responses were then used to determine who would advance in round two.
Okay. And I want to make sure Emira was involved in that process, correct?
Yes.
So what did Emira do to whittle down those letters? Like what was the actual criteria you used to get to that next level?
Well, we relied on the information that each of the parties provided in their round one bid letter. Okay. That gave us an indication of value. It gave us some ideas around how they plan to finance the transaction. It gave us a sense of what kind of timing they would need to do their work, what kind of approvals may be required. And importantly, it gave us a sense of how they were seeing themselves as a potential owner of New Mexico Gas as it relates to engaging the local team in New Mexico.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. So was there any consideration in that process or in this first round letter of the public interest?
Certainly, yes, there was. in the sense that I guess a couple things that I would say. First and foremost, when New Mexico Gas was introduced as an opportunity, it was introduced as a public utility. And therefore, it is explicit that New Mexico's gas purpose is to serve its customers in New Mexico. All of the bidders fully understood that. They also understood that any potential approval of a transaction must be achieved or must be granted by the PRC. And implicit in the PRC's approval is the test that is applied to this transaction. So yes, all parties would certainly have been aware of the need to meet the requirements of the New Mexico regulatory test.
Okay, but I think my question is a little bit different. I'm asking from Emera's perspective, did Emera satisfy itself in this whittling down process that the candidates did in fact meet the public interest?
I think I understand your question. All of the parties who were invited to participate in this process, we believed were qualified on some level. And certainly as the process went on, our assessment of the qualifications of the parties also became deeper. And so by the time we moved to round two, when we had 5 parties that we invited to participate in round two, yes, Emera believed that all of those parties were qualified to potentially become the owner of New Mexico Gas.
So I would like to kind of change gears, keeping this line of questioning in play and kind of focus in on what the public interest is. And I think you mentioned it just a moment ago, the test, and it's been brought up in this case, in this proceeding a couple of times. Are we talking about the 6-factor test? Are we on the same page, ma'am?
If we're talking about the regulatory test, then yes.
Okay. And so just to be clear, I'll kind of go through those really quickly without making Mr. Lee unhappy. They are whether the transaction provides benefit to utility customers. That's number 1. Number 2, whether the commission's jurisdiction will be preserved. Number 3, whether the quality of service will be diminished. Number 4, whether the transaction will result in improper subsidization of non-utility activities. Number 5, and this is the important one, careful verification.
Mr. Yar, I want to caution you about making extraneous comments.
Okay.
About
I apologize, Madam.
either the witness's answer or what you think is important. Go ahead with the rest of the test.
My apologies, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you. I won't do that again. Number 5, careful verification of the qualifications and financial health of the new owner. And number 6, adequacy of protections against harm to customers. And my apologies, and I just want to make sure, Madam Hearing Examiner, I meant nothing nefarious about it. It's the one I wanted to focus on. That's all. Number 5 is the one I wanted to focus on.
Okay.
But stepping back, Ms. Hutt, these are the 6. Would you agree we're talking about the same 6 factors?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And so when you mentioned before in the round 1 letters that the public interest was considered in the context of narrowing down or whittling down the applicants to 5, I think you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, this would be what Emera would be looking at?
No, I apologize if I misled you. I wasn't suggesting that in the whittling down of round one bidders to round two, we explicitly applied the six factor test.
Okay. Okay, that's fair, and I appreciate that. But I want to go back to your statement. You still were looking at the whittling down process as being in the public interest, though, correct?
We were looking at the whittling down process to come up with a smaller set of parties who we believed were qualified to potentially own New Mexico Gas. And part of that would require achieving a successful regulatory application as it relates to change of control.
Okay. All right. And okay, that's fair, ma'am. I appreciate that clarification. At the time, and I know some of this is confidential, so I won't get into any confidential. Those 5 bidders, the BCP applicants were one of them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, the BCP applicants had not, how should I put this? At that time, the BCP applicants had not yet consummated the transaction of the I forget the names, but the gas utilities that it was purchasing that eventually would become part of Delta Utilities.
That is true. Those processes were underway.
Okay. And Mira was aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Look, we're going to stick with the 6-factor test, ma'am. This 6-factor test, and I know you're not a lawyer, correct, ma'am?
That's right.
And so I'm not looking for legal conclusions, and if I do, please tell me, Joe, if that's a legal question. I'm sure your lawyer will. The 6-factor test, as far as your understanding, those were applied in the Amira case when you purchased TECO, correct?
Yes.
And when I say you, I mean Amira.
That's
I
right.
apologize. And you were involved in that case, right? Or were you not?
I was.
Okay. So you're somewhat familiar with the Amira case.
Yes.
Are you also familiar with the TECO case? Through your, okay, but, okay, fine. So the 6-factor test, as I read them, is basic foundational requirement in this jurisdiction for an acquisition of a public utility asset here in this case. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, calls for legal conclusion.
I'm just
You already
asking.
answered it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So looking at the 6-factor test, ma'am, and as I explained, number 1 was whether or not the transaction provides benefits to utility customers. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you do me a favor and take a look at the revised rebuttal testimony of Mr. Baudier, page 48?
Give me one moment, please.
Of course. Take your time.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
All right, great. So if we're taking a look at that, I'm just going to take a look to see if it's been broadcast. It hasn't.
I'm
There's-
sorry, excuse me, this is Marilyn Essie. Could you just tell me what page you said? I didn't.
Sure. It's page 48, and I'm looking at JA table JMB-2, where, if I'm reading this correct, in Mr. Baudier's testimony, he's outlining what the BCP applicants are providing as the benefits to this transaction. Is that your understanding, Mrs. Hutt?
Yes, the chart is titled Comparison of Enhanced Monetary Benefits.
That's right. And so there's a category on the left column. It represents the category of benefit. And then the column next to it was what was originally offered in the revised application. And then next to it is how they changed their position to respond to some of the parties in the case to increase the benefits. And then at the last column, it basically totals all that up. And right? Is that correct? Is that your understanding, Mrs. Hutt?
I can see all of those columns,
Okay.
yes.
So I was kind of going through this and I wanted to walk through it with you to see whether or not, you know, these specific categories are, how do they fit into the 6-factor test?
Objection. That is calling for a legal conclusion by this witness. It's also asking her to interpret the testimony of Mr. Baudier. This is not her testimony, so I object to the question.
Mr. Yar?
So I think this line of questioning is relevant in this proceeding because the joint applicants are proposing, and this is in the record, no one's disputing it, and I'm not disputing it, but the 6-factor test, walking it through with Amira, will show, I hope, how it works, how the 6-factor test can be applied to the benefits. Now the Amira had to have taken this into consideration. I think the witness testified earlier that they looked at whether or not the public interest was met. And one of the critical aspects of this case is the public interest. And to not know Amira's perspective on that, it would be, I don't think that's fair. She's the only witness on Amira that's testifying in this case, ma'am.
Mr. Dome?
Madam Hearing Examiner, my objection was not on relevance, so I don't understand why the defense is based on relevance. The witness testified that they did consider the public interest, and then she specifically said that when they were doing that as part of that analysis that's in that exhibit, they were not evaluating the 6-factor test.
That's not what I heard. I'm sorry.
This attorney is simply asking for her to apply a legal interpretation of whether or not these factors satisfy the 6-factor test. And with all due respect, Madam Hearing Examiner, that's the job of the hearing examiners and the commission, not of this witness.
Last word, Mr. Yar.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Again, it was testified already that that Amira, in terms of evaluating the bids and picking the right company, took into consideration the public interest. And the only way they could have done that was to evaluate the 6-factor test and apply it to the benefits. And I just want to see from Amira's perspective what their thoughts were relative to these benefits.
Madam Hearing Examiner?
I don't believe, Mr. Yard, that you've addressed the actual objection that it's calling for a legal conclusion from this witness.
Okay, I apologize if I haven't been clear. Emira, through this witness, has already opened the door and testified that they took into consideration the public interest in terms of identifying a qualified bidder. I also went one step further and asked the witness specifically if she understood that the public interest test, the public interest was the 6-factor test, in which she agreed to, further opening the door for how she applied, or how Emira, I'm not sorry, I don't mean to apply Ms. Hutt you, how Emira applied its consideration of the public interest in selecting a bidder.
To the extent that this witness is the representative of a mirror and sole witness of a mirror in this case, and to the extent that this witness has been employed with Emera since 2001 and has testified here today that she was familiar with some of the information, including the 6-factor test that was applied when Emera purchased Tika and has indicated her involvement with that case, and knowing that utility witnesses are usually given some discretion in commission cases to actually be able to provide testimony with regard to factors looked at by the commission, usually included in rules, statutes, or precedent, going to overrule your objection, and the witness can answer the question if she knows. Ms. Hutt, do you understand? Do I need to go back to the actual Mr. Yar's actual question?
Please,
think so,
that
please.
would be good.
And basically, you've been looking at this this chart from Mr. Boudier or Baudier. Have you looked at it before?
Yes.
Okay. And so Mr. Yar's question was whether or not you believe that any of these categories, how they fit into the 6-factor test, if you believe they do.
Okay.
Is that your question, Mr. Yard?
That sounds right, Madam Hearing Examiner. Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Hutt.
As it relates to the requirement to provide a benefit to customers, this table provided by Mr. Baudier outlines the monetary benefits that are proposed by the joint applicants. And it is my belief that these are meaningful benefits that customers will receive to the extent that this transaction is approved.
Mr. Yard?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. So looking at this chart and understanding your response, and thank you, ma'am, for explaining that, it's clear that the customer rate credit, I don't think there's any debate, is a benefit to customers, right?
Objection, Your Honor. The attorney is testifying.
Yeah, Mr. Yar, we just had a talk about this. You need to pose your inquiry in the form of a question, not interpose your personal opinion on the substance of your question.
Okay. Sorry, again, it's a bad habit. I'll try my best to make it as direct as possible.
Thank you.
Customer rate credit, ma'am, $22 million. That is a benefit to customers, correct?
I believe it is.
Okay. Economic development, $10 million. Is that a benefit to the customers of New Mexico Gas Company?
I think it could be.
Okay. But just as a point of clarification, it isn't a direct benefit, is it?
I suppose it would depend on which customer you asked.
Okay, fair. Education and training, $5 million. Benefit to customers?
Again, I suppose it would depend on which customer you asked.
Okay. Charitable contributions, 2.5 million. Benefit to customers?
Again, it would depend on which customer you asked.
Okay. How about heat NM contribution? $7 million.
I'm sorry, heat NM?
Correct. Mr. Lee, it's a term. So heat, HEAT, NM as in New Mexico. And that's the end.
Thank you.
I don't know all of the details of that program, but my understanding is that there would be some customers who would directly benefit from that.
Okay. All right, that's fair. Madam Hearing Examiner, at this point, I would respectfully request that we just take a break for lunch, if that's okay. Give me a moment to kind of regroup.
Okay, I think that's very appropriate. Mr. Yar, you're at halftime with your time. Just to let you know where you are, you're at 45 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, and I think that's an excellent suggestion. I've got 12:02. Let's come back at 1:02 and we will resume our the press examination of Ms. Hutt. Ms. Hutt, I realize it's past lunchtime there. Hopefully you can have tea time or whatever happens in Halifax in the afternoon. And people should remember that we're still on the YouTube. It will not be shut off. And please mute your audios also. Thank you. We're recessed. Mr. Lee, how are
Yes,
you,
Judge,
sir?
I'm ready.
Where's your hat?
I'm here.
Okay. Very well. We are returning from our luncheon recess, and you were at halftime, Mr. Yar. So, please continue. You have 45 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Welcome again. Hello again, Ms. Hutt.
Hello.
I think where we left off before we took our break, we were looking at JMB2 in Mr. Baudier's revised rebuttal, page 48, kind of going through some of the benefits, and I think we hit them all. And I just want to kind of regroup from there, make sure we're still kind of following along. The point of all those questions was that the customer rate credit of 22.4 million was the only direct benefit to customers. Would you agree with me with that?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
In what way?
In the way that she said she depends on the customer. She implied in all those answers that there are customers that are probably getting direct benefits out of each one of those areas. It depends on the customer. For instance, the Heat New Mexico contribution is clearly directed at customers.
Okay, hang on. Actually, Mr. Yar, do you have a
Yes, ma'am.
response?
Yeah,
Go ahead, sir.
I will concede the fact that he is correct in that it was in fact the customer rate credit and the direct heat and M contributions. I was mistaken. So Mr. Dome is correct. Those are the only two direct benefits to customers, to all the customers in an NMGC.
That Ms. Hutt testified to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So you're withdrawing the question and you're going to go on to your next question.
Well, I didn't want to, I'll withdraw my question. I'll state a new question. Correct, ma'am. So
go ahead, sir.
So just recapping what we talked about, Ms. Hutt, as we went through this chart, would you agree with me that the only direct benefits to all the customers of NMGC would be the customer rate credit and the heat NM contributions? Is that correct?
You're referring to the specific ones that we talked about. The rate case delay is on there, and we haven't talked about that. But otherwise, yes, the rate credits and the Heat New Mexico contributions, and then the other ones, depending on how a specific customer may regard it.
Thank you. And you are right. the rate case delay is one that was not discussed. Ms. Hutt, are you familiar with how a rate case works?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Can you today testify to the rate, that one category, the rate case delay, as being a benefit to all customers?
Yes, if you're asking me to testify to the specific numbers, I didn't prepare those. But the concept that that a filing of a new request for rates would be delayed as a result of this transaction, I do agree that that is a benefit to customers.
Okay. And
Really? I mean, wait a minute. What if somebody was going to get a decrease or in their rate?
That's fair. I think to the extent that the rate application required an increase in rates, then that was my point. But you're absolutely right. If there was a decrease, that's true.
Then it might not be a benefit to that particular rate class.
If that were the situation, I agree.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. York.
Staying on this issue of the rate case delay and your representation that it's a benefit, I want to make sure I'm clear. You're indicating today that you feel comfortable that there is a $30 to $40 million benefit as outlined in this particular chart. Is that my understanding?
Objection. She indicated that she didn't prepare the numbers, and that just in general she was speaking. So I think he mischaracterizes the testimony.
Fair point. I withdraw the question. Let me see if I can do a better job of it. Mrs. Hutt, you don't know if that $30 or $40 million number is correct, do you?
I didn't prepare the number, no.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that though that particular item on Mr. Baudier's chart is not something that you can say with certainty is in its entirety a benefit to the customers of the gas company.
What I was trying to say is that, and we've indicated this, that the gas company would otherwise be planning to file for rates around this time of year. That is not happening because of this proposed transaction. So to the extent that the filing of new rates and those new rates required an increase was delayed, then that is a benefit to customers.
So, Ms. Hutt, you're testifying that the gas company would have filed a rate case but for this provision?
As I understand it, the gas company did. I think Mr. Shell is the person to ask specifically about this, so I would defer to him. But the gas company would have been planning to file for rates sometime this fall, and that is otherwise not occurring because of this proposed transaction.
Fair enough, ma'am. Just trying to finish up these lines of questioning. I think if I can, ma'am, without putting words in your mouth, we've agreed that the customer rate credit of 22.4 million, excuse me, 22.4 million is a direct benefit, correct?
Yes.
That the rate case delay, the number you can't testify to because you haven't verified that, correct?
I didn't prepare those numbers, correct.
Okay. And that the economic development would not be a direct benefit to all of the customers of New Mexico Gas Company.
Yes, I said perhaps some.
Okay. And the same is true for the next category, education and training, and the subsequent category of charitable contributions.
Yes, I do believe that that would be considered a benefit by some.
Okay. And then finally, Heat New Mexico, the 7 million is in fact a direct benefit to all the customers.
Yes.
So I guess with that said, we can agree, can't we, that the 22.4 million plus the 7 million, my math is right, 29.4 million from your perspective, Ms. Hutt, is a direct benefit to all the customers of New Mexico Gas Company. Is that correct?
Objection, Madam Hearing Examiner. I think what the witness has said is that she cannot determine whether the economic development or the education training would go to only to customers, but she didn't exclude. She said it depends. It depends on customers. It is possible that all of that could go to customers. She doesn't know. I think she's made that clear several times.
So your objection is?
Misstates the testimony.
Mr. Yar?
Madam Hearing Examiner, with all due respect, I think her testimony stands for what it says. She answered my questions, and that Mr. Dome is now testifying about what she said. I think I'm fine with her answers, but I think Mr. Dome's qualification of what he thinks she said isn't really an objection. I think she already answered the question, Your Honor.
Well, if she's already answered the question, then I don't need to rule on the objection and we can move on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, turning to a little bit of a different part of this transaction. Are you, first of all, Ms. Hutt, were you listening to the proceedings yesterday?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. Did you hear when Mr. Tuminello, I believe it was Mr. Tuminello, indicated that the transition costs associated with the IT shared services could be in the neighborhood of $56 million?
I can't recall specifically that conversation.
Okay. Are you aware that there are going to be transition costs associated with this transaction?
Yes.
And that the BCP applicants are seeking to recover those?
I think to the, and look, I don't want to represent what BCP is indicating they will do or won't do. I think what they have suggested is to the extent that they believe that those are prudently incurred costs, they would present those at a future rate application for determination then.
Okay. Do you know what that number is?
I don't know what that number is.
Okay, fair enough. I want to go back to a point earlier in our conversation, Mrs. Hutt, where you mentioned that you were aware that the BCP applicants were in the process of acquiring other gas utilities. Do you recall when we had that conversation earlier?
Yes.
And that was in the context of the round one letter, the March 20th, 2024 letter?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true at that point they did not own or have in their portfolio any gas utilities?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So at the time, Emira was making a decision to select a bidder. BCP applicants didn't have any gas utilities in their portfolio. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. I want to move on, ma'am, to the shared services that Emera currently provides to New Mexico Gas Company. Are you familiar at a high level that that in fact is what's happening right now?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that Emera has been providing shared services for a number of years?
Yes.
Do you know how many years it's been that Emera has been providing those services?
Since the time of the acquisition of TICA by Emera.
Okay. And are you familiar with the representations that were made by Emera of the savings associated with those shared services?
I can't recall that specifically.
Okay, fair enough. But you would agree with me that those shared services are significant.
Sorry, in what regard?
In regard to how much savings the company, New Mexico Gas Company.
I'm not the right person to answer that question.
Okay, who would be?
Ryan would be Ryan Shaw.
Okay, all right, I'll make sure to ask him those questions. Do you believe that those services or those shared services are in fact beneficial to gas company?
I believe that the services that are provided are services that the gas company requires to serve its customers. And this is the method today that it's doing that.
Okay, and one of those is definitely IT services, right?
Yes,
okay.
That's true.
Does Emera frequently review those shared services and more specifically with the idea of the efficiencies of it, whether or not it's beneficial, whether or not it makes sense, whether or not it's cost effective?
Certainly each year in the process of preparing budgets, and that is something that is done by each of the operating companies. There is a review of the services that are being provided, and to the extent that there were any discussions regarding those would occur between the operating company and whoever the service provider is. I'm not aware of any specific enterprise-wide exercise that has occurred.
Okay. But in terms of Emera's obligations, both under the stipulation, the previous stipulation approving the acquisition and its ongoing obligations to New Mexico Gas Company, it provides those shared services in the most cost-effective manner, correct?
That's
Objection,
the
Your Honor.
intention. Oh, sorry, Mr. Domi.
It sounds like we're referring to a document. It might be helpful if the witness was shown that document.
No, I actually am not yet. I just generally understand. I'm laying the foundation, Mr. Dome, to understand Emera's obligations relative to its shared services is all I'm asking for.
And I think she actually answered the question before the objection. So she's answered the question.
All right. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Madam Hearing Examiner, I should have responded directly.
Go ahead.
So with regard to the, well, let me step back a moment, Ms. Hutt. With regard to the specific shared services the IT services. Right now, the Emera is providing shared services through SAP. Is that correct? Using SAP, sorry, not through, but using SAP. Is that correct?
Yes, I understand that to be correct, although I must say I'm not close to that part of the business.
Okay, and I definitely don't want you to testify about something you're not familiar with. So let's get a better understanding. You are aware that Emera provides shared services for IT through a software platform known as SAP.
Yes, I understand that that's the case.
Okay. Do you understand that it is not a cloud-based system?
We are about to go into an
Okay.
area that is just simply not my expertise. So I don't want to represent knowledge that I just simply don't have.
Okay, that's fair enough. I guess what I'd like to do is just take a moment, take a look at what I've got left here.
And I forgot to give my usual instruction, Ms. Hutt. Have you testified before the commission before?
No.
Well, welcome to your first time testifying here. Normally, I like to instruct the witness to let them know that although you might be hesitant to do so, I believe that I don't know is a fine answer. And I'd much rather have you answer I don't know if you don't know than to answer with something you're uncomfortable with or that might cause you to speculate. So I apologize, I didn't mention that before.
Thank you.
And I also, since Mr. Yar is still looking, I also have another policy that deferrals. When one defers a question to another witness, that means that the other witness gets part of your paycheck.
Well, Ryan will be happy, I suppose.
It's up to them to collect that.
Okay.
And for the record, just kidding. Not about the I don't know part, but about the deferral of questions.
Okay.
What generally happens is that if one is not really good about keeping track of those deferrals, those questions get lost. Sometimes
Well, that would be a way
in
to
the
keep track
record.
of it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mr. Yar, anything further for Ms. Hutt?
Madam Hearing Examiner, thank you for buying me a little bit of time there. I think I am done.
Very well, sir. Thank you.
Mrs. Hutt, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let's see. So I believe the next questioner is Ms. Nanasi.
Yes,
And for NEE, and I believe you reserved 40 minutes, or did you take part of that time?
I took part of that time. And do you have the chart in front of you?
I do.
I did I ask for 45 minutes in the thing? Because I took 20 off of whatever I asked for.
You asked for 40, so if you took 20, then you have 20.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Hutt. My name is Marielle Nanasi.
Good afternoon.
Let me just get your, okay. In order to reduce debt and improve Emera's financial measures, the company sought to sell either NMGC or the company's equity investment in Labrador Island Link, and I'll just spell that for the court reporter, Labrador Island Link, correct?
Can you tell me where you're referencing that from?
I can look it up, but could you just answer that question? Isn't that true?
I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. Could I ask you to repeat it, please?
Yes, sure. In order to reduce debt and improve Emera's financial measures, the company sought to either sell NMGC or the company's equity investment in Labrador Island Link, correct?
Not exactly. The company determined, following a review of its portfolio, certain assets that it would pursue a potential process to sell. And you are correct, we did complete a transaction to sell our minority interest in the Labrador Island Link. We also pursued a process to sell New Mexico Gas Company.
And you were hoping to at least, and Emera was hoping to at least sell one of those companies, but preferred to sell both. Is that right?
I don't know that I would describe it exactly that way. What we had identified is that we would like to sell at least one to meet the targeted funding requirement that we had earmarked from this. And but we pursued both processes in parallel.
Thank you. How, and you said that Emera was successful in the sale of Labrador Island Link, correct?
That's true.
How much did Emera sell off Labrador Island Link for?
It was 1.2 billion Canadian.
Emera only found out about the history of violations, settlements, and fines with respect to the national water infrastructure and Clear Current when NMDOJ and New Energy Economy asked about BCP's portfolio company's history in December 2024, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Can you please turn to New Energy Economy Exhibit 7? Let me know when you have that.
Yes, I have it. What page would you like me to go to?
I would like you to go to PDF page 9 of that document. And this is an interrogatory question that New Energy Economy asked you, 1-7, and this was your response. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just turn, please, if you would, to New Energy Economy 1-8, 1-9, and 1-10. And can you just let me know if you were also the respondent to those questions?
I was the respondent to 1-8 and to 1-9. Was there another one?
And you were a co-respondent to 1-10.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes. Yes, that's right.
Could you turn specifically to New Energy Economy Interrogatory 1-9? And if you could, would it be correct to sum up this question and your answer? New Energy Economy asked you, were the offers scored or ranked when you were selecting BCP? And you stated, quote, the BCP applicants were the only party to submit offers to purchase NMGC, and thus no scoring or ranking was applied. Is that a fair summation of the question and your answer here?
Yes.
Now, at the end of New Energy Economy Exhibit 7, if you go pretty much to the last page, there is a affirmation. Well, it's actually the second to last page. There's an affirmation that you provided where you affirmatively state that you know the contents of my respective responses and they are true and accurate based on your personal knowledge and belief. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, would you also look at New Energy Economy Exhibit 11? And if you could turn to your responses in New Energy Economy Exhibit 11, and they are New Energy Economy 8-9, 8-10, and 8-11. And that is on PDF page 25.
Yes.
Did you see that you responded, you were the respondent to those three interrogatories that I just stated?
Yes.
And this also contains another self-affirmation by you, the exact same one where you say that you know the contents and you believe of your respective responses and you believe that they're true and accurate. Is that also correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Objection, Madam Hearing Examiner. I'm looking at 8-10 and I do not see, I can do this on redirect, but I do not see that she's the respondent to 8-10. If that was one of the,
You are correct, and I apologize. Yes. So really, you only respond to 8-9 and 8-11, and I will ask Mr. Shell about 8-10. I apologize for the record. I wasn't trying to do anything toward. So with that correction, do you agree, Ms. Hutt, that you only answered 8-9 and 8-11? You didn't answer 8-10, and I'll ask Mr. Shell about that.
Yes.
Thank you, and I apologize to you and your counsel. That was just a mistake. Could you please turn to New Energy Economy Exhibit 1, and then once you're there, that's the testimony of Mr. Sandberg. And I have a number of questions about the document that is attached to his testimony as CKS Exhibit 2. So I will tell you what PDF page that is in a second when I get there myself. It is PDF page 127. No, sorry about that.
You want to identify the exhibit?
Yes, and 1 second when I get there. Okay, I think I'm here. Nope. Okay. This exhibit, which is actually, I was mistaken, CKS 6, it is PDF page 302, and this is NMDOJ 1-37, and it's page 1 of 70.
Okay.
Tell me when you're there.
What page am I supposed to be on here?
It's PDF page 302.
302 of 506.
Okay.
You know what? Okay. So you recognize this document, do you not?
Should I be looking at Project Saturn Round 1 bid summary?
Yes.
Okay,
So I asked you, do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, and this document is a 70-page document, right?
Yes.
And what this is the internal JP Morgan how would you describe this document? What is this document?
The bid summary document is an update that was prepared and provided by JP Morgan on the round 1 of the sale process.
And there's no mention anywhere in those 70 pages about the public interest, is there?
Not explicitly. This was an update that was provided by our bankers on the progression of the sales process. So not explicitly, no, that's right, but certainly there would be a deep appreciation for New Mexico Gas's status as a public utility and its mandate to serve customers.
Now, will you say certainly there was a deep appreciation? From whom and how do we know that?
From me and from anyone on the Emera team, we fully understand the business that New Mexico is in, why it exists. It is a public utility. And so certainly that would be deeply understood by those of us from Emera. And again, this was a banker's update on the process so far.
Would you be willing to keep this open? And do you have the ability to also look at your rebuttal testimony on page 2?
Yes.
Okay, here you are answering a question about Emera did not make operational experience a criteria for selecting the purchaser, correct?
Objection. What page and line are we looking at?
Well, that's the question is on that you're answering on page 2. Is that right?
This was in response to a statement that Mr. Walters made. Yes.
But you did not make operational experience a criteria for selecting the purchaser, right?
Objection. I'm confused. I think the question is confusing to me.
Could you
The
just
question says that Mr. Sandberg and Mr. Walters each opine this. So that's the question
Right,
she's
right.
responding to.
She's answering, you testify on line 5 through 7, quote, "It is absurd to opine that Amera did not make operational experience a factor for selecting bidders to participate in the bidding process and in ultimately selecting the purchaser," correct? Did you write that?
My answer was that I disagreed with that statement.
Right. And then did I read what you testified to on lines 5 and 7 correctly?
Objection, Your Honor, I can't find those pages. I'm trying to keep up.
Okay, let's just stop. We're
Yes.
looking at a rebuttal testimony on page 2. All right, Mr. Dome?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Miss Nanasi just read half of a sentence.
Madam Examiner, I was confused. I thought we were starting with the question at the bottom. My fault. I see it now on page 5 and 7 of page 2. I thought we were going over
Okay.
page. I'm sorry, my bad.
So
Okay.
did I read
So
that
her
part?
answer was, my answer was, I disagreed with that statement.
Correct.
So,
And then I asked the next question, which is you testify on line 5 through 7. It is absurd to opine that Amera did not make operational experience a factor for selecting bidders to participate in the bidding process and in ultimately seeking the purchaser. Did I read that correctly?
Ms. Hutt?
Yes, you read that correctly.
Okay. So what I want to ask you, Ms. Hutt, is can you point to any evidence that Amera factored in and evaluated BCP's operational experience that's in the record?
We have stated that we were aware that BCP had made investments in things like critical infrastructure, and that, well, that is true, that it didn't explicitly own gas utilities at the time. The accompanying piece to this that I think is really important to add is the importance that we placed on a bidder's interest in engaging the local management team and having the local management team continue to be responsible for the day-to-day operations. And BCP was clear about that from the beginning, that that was their desire and their intention. Certainly, if there was a situation where a bidder didn't have gas utility experience and planned to change everything out and get rid of it, there would have been red flags going everywhere. In this case, they made it very clear that they wanted to rely on Ryan Shell and the management team to continue to run the day-to-day operations of the business. That was important to us as the seller.
Mr. Nasi, you got a minute.
Okay. I wish I had more time with you, Ms. Hunt. You testified that initially in round 1, there are 20 entities and you whittled that down to 5 and ultimately received only one definitive proposal from BCP, correct?
Yes.
And this is my last question. In advance of Storm Uri in February 2021, did NMGC have conversations with Amera about how to address the potential threat to gas supply? And did Amera offer its professional expertise and strategic know-how to NMGC when it was facing that threat?
I know of that time and I know of that situation. I wasn't personally involved in any of those conversations.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hutt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nanasi. believe that the next person reserving time for cross-examination of Ms. Hutt is WRA. Ms. Beatles?
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Is my audio okay?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Hutt.
Good afternoon.
First question, if your change of control application is denied, what are Emera's intentions with respect to continued ownership of New Mexico Gas?
We have not made any decision on what the future would hold. If the change of control application was denied, we would continue to support the gas company as we are today as its owner.
Do you know today whether you would offer the company for sale again in the foreseeable future?
We have been focused on this process. That's not a discussion that we've had.
And would you agree that there's no reason to expect that Emera wouldn't support continued compliance of New Mexico Gas with all regulatory and statutory requirements?
Of course, we would agree to that.
And you would continue to support New Mexico Gas's continued compliance, right?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. So I'd like to refer you, please, to well, let me ask this question first. I believe you were asked some questions. I mean, you were asked some questions by, I believe, Mr. Yar about a rate case delay being a customer benefit. You recall those questions, right?
I do.
And the delay is approximately 1 year.
Yes.
And it's been quantified as a roughly $30 to $40 million benefit. Is that correct?
Yes.
However, wouldn't you agree that the benefit to customers is really only the time value of money?
No, I'm not sure I would agree with that because the business has continued to operate now. What a future rate application would look like would be based on the revenue requirements at that time, and the range that has been provided is in the $30 to $40 million. So that has been offset. So to the extent that is delayed, perhaps, but the reality is customers are not paying any more in their rates today or over the next year as a result of this.
But so a rate case by New Mexico Gas would likely seek an increase, correct?
Likely, yes.
And if a rate case today proposed a $30 million increase, but a rate case a year from now would request a $40 million increase, the benefit to customers would only be like the time value of that $40 million increase, right? The time value of that money.
It would depend on what the actual request is, but as it sits at this moment, by the gas company not filing for rates now that would result in an increase, it is a benefit to customers.
Is it your understanding that a revenue requirement in a rate case application is based on a 12-month test period?
Yes, I believe that's the case.
And is it your understanding that any operating and maintenance expenses not recovered in rates 1 year do not roll over into the next year?
Not necessarily. The rate application would be based on the future revenue requirements of the business for the period for which it's seeking rates.
Right. So how could that include a past alleged deficiency in O&M expense?
I think we're saying the same thing, that is the responsibility of the gas company to manage that. And to the extent that there is a revenue requirement going forward for the future period, that is what an application would be based on.
Do you understand how rates are set, Ms. Hutt?
I believe generally, yes.
So if a certain O&M expense is not recovered in 2025, is it your understanding that that expense let me ask it this way. If a certain O&M expense is not recovered through rates in 2025, is it your understanding that any unrecovered amount can be included in the test year for 2027?
I think that the revenue requirement that would be calculated for an application would have to relate to the expected O&M expenses for that future period.
Yes, but not based on any alleged unrecovered deficiency in prior years. Would you agree with that?
I think that's right. And so that's why we think that there is a benefit by that rate application being delayed.
Okay, I will move on. So your rebuttal testimony responds in part to the opinions of WRA witness Mr. Cebulko. Is that correct?
Looking for the specific page.
So am I. So please refer to page 6 of your rebuttal at the bottom, starting on line 12.
Yes.
And I think it might be more useful if I refer you to, for this next question, if I refer you to Mr. Cebulko's testimony, his revised direct.
What page?
Page 50 to 51. And so, Ms. Hutt, could you please refer to Mr. Cebulko's testimony on page 51, starting on line 5?
I see that.
And do you see that he poses the question, did Emera consider customers' interest in its initial screening? And then answers no with further explanation. And my question to you is, did you address that in your rebuttal?
Sorry, I think I might be looking at the wrong reference here.
Yeah, you may have a copy of his, well, no, the confidential test version should have the same pagination. But I am looking at Mr. Cebulko's testimony, WRA hearing exhibit number 2. Page,
What is
page 51.
okay.
Page 50 or 51?
I started saying page 50, but then I said 50 to 51, and the exact Q&A that I referred to is on page 51, lines 5 to 6.
So the question is, did Emera consider customers' interest in its initial screening?
Yes, and his answer is no, that it does not appear that Emera did, with further explanation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
It is true that we didn't explicitly identify customers in the initial screening, but implicitly it was obvious to all bidders that the company that we were talking about was New Mexico Gas Company, who is a public utility there to serve customers. So inherently, we knew that anyone involved would understand that this is a business that is there to take care of its customers.
Where is that reflected in JP Morgan's bid summary?
It wasn't reflected in JP Morgan's bid summary. That was as I said before, that was a report on the process. But if you were to look at any of the materials that were provided to the parties, all of those materials included information on the nature of New Mexico Gas's business, that it is a public utility that exists to serve customers. That was clear on all of the materials that were provided to interested parties.
Well, you use the words just now that it exists to serve customers. Are those words explicitly used in any of those documents you're referring to?
No, but it explicitly states that New Mexico Gas Company is a public utility.
And a public utility is fully regulated by the State Utility Commission. Is that what you're saying essentially?
Well, a public utility exists for the primary purpose of serving its customers. And yes, it is regulated, and yes, it has a certificate of public convenience to do that, but it exists for the fundamental and primary purpose of serving customers.
Do you think there's a difference between the public interest and customer benefits?
Could you help me with your question specifically? What I just want to make sure that I'm being responsive.
Well, is it your understanding that public utilities are regulated in the public interest?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the public interest is a balance between ratepayer and customer, I'm sorry, between shareholder and ratepayer interest?
I believe that that a public utility exists to serve its customers, and part of its ability to do that is being financially sound. But I don't know that I would say that it's a balance between customers and its shareholder.
Got 1 minute, Ms. Beatles.
Was the selection of BCP based solely on the price they were offering to you?
No.
In considering the likelihood of approval when you chose Bernhard Capital Partners, wouldn't you agree that approval is more likely if there are meaningful customer benefits?
We believe that we have presented an application that has meaningful customer benefits.
That's not my question. Would you agree that approval is more likely if there are meaningful customer benefits?
I believe that an approval is more likely if the application meets the regulatory test by which it is reviewed by the regulator.
And is it your opinion can I follow up, please?
Last question. Last question.
Is it your opinion that that regulatory test includes meaningful customer benefits?
I believe that the regulatory test includes benefits to customers, yes.
I'll stop there. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. Our next cross-examiner is CCAE, who has reserved 30 minutes. Ms. Lynch or Mr. DeSalen?
Thank you, hearing examiner. I will be cross-examining Ms. Hutt.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hutt. It's nice to meet you. I'm Kara Lynch, attorney for Coalition for Clean, Affordable Energy and Prosperity Works in this matter.
Hello.
Hello. To begin with, I have a few questions about the acquisition premium being offered to Emera in this proposed transaction. Can you please turn to page 19 of your direct testimony?
Okay.
On lines 12 to 14, you state proceeds from the sale of New Mexico Gas Company would be used to support Emera's normal operations, repayment of existing debt, and capital requirements at the other regulated utilities that Emera currently owns. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. What does Emera mean here by proceeds?
Proceeds are, what we mean by that are the cash proceeds that we would receive from Bernhard to the extent that this transaction closes.
Do those cash proceeds in this sale include the total sales price?
What it includes is approximately $700 million in cash proceeds. The balance of the total transaction is about $550 million worth of debt, which would continue with the transaction. So it's related to the 700 million, of course, subject to, closing adjustments and so on, but it's the 700 million.
Okay. And that's inclusive of the acquisition premium, correct?
Well, yes, but in this particular situation, the acquisition premium is not an acquisition premium, it is a loss.
Okay. Do you want to explain to us how you see that acquisition premium as a loss?
Sure. I'll just start from the beginning here. In 2014, when TECO acquired New Mexico Gas, it recorded $408 million of goodwill on its books. In 2016, when Emera acquired TECO, it recorded a slightly different amount on its books of $366 million of goodwill. And as we know, the goodwill is, first of all, a non-cash item that is recorded on the balance sheet. And so it's something that needs to be tested each year to ensure that it's not impaired. The other way that it is adjusted is at the time of a transaction. And what occurs then is the carrying value of the assets and the difference of the fair market value results in an adjustment either positively or negatively to goodwill. In this particular case, we in Emera in September of 2024 took an impairment, a write-down of its goodwill of $155 million because it was expecting to receive less from the fair market value than what the recorded goodwill was on the books. Then again, in August of 2025, an additional $55 million was impaired or written down as a result of the change in schedule. And that means that Emera continued to operate in own New Mexico Gas for longer. And based on a revised view of when the proposed transaction could occur, there was an additional write-down. And so as a result of that, it's about $200 million of losses that Emera has incurred as a result of this transaction.
Thank you. So if this transaction is a loss, Emera, can you explain how Emera would or would not use the proceeds of this sale?
It's a fair question. So what I just described to you is how the accounting is dealt with in terms of the recording of goodwill and how that gets adjusted as a result of that. That's the accounting. If you park that for a moment, we know that goodwill is not an input to a valuation exercise. It is an output. So in this particular case, it is true that we will still receive cash proceeds from Bernhard as a result of this potential transaction closing. That is true. But as it's recorded in Emera's books, it will be recorded as a loss, not a profit.
Are those proceeds that you just spoke of the ones that you will be that you reference on page 19, lines 12 through 14 of your testimony, that will be used to support Emera's normal operations, repayment of existing debt, and capital requirements?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Can you please turn to page 13 of your direct testimony? We'll be referencing lines 7 through 13.
Yes, I see that.
And there you provide, for regulatory accounting purposes, customers have not borne the cost of historical acquisition premiums paid in prior transactions, as these have not been included in New Mexico Gas Company's rate base. That is an accurate restatement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to ask you a hypothetical and combining your statements from page 19 and the comment that I just read. If Emera was selling a different utility, not New Mexico Gas Company, would the customers of New Mexico Gas Company see the proceeds of this sale comparable to the customers of the other Emera Company customers?
Are you asking if Emera decided to sell a different asset not related to New Mexico customers, would New Mexico customers receive the benefit of that?
In the same way as you provide in lines 12 through 14 on page 19 for those other proceeds that you identify. Essentially, I'm just asking proceeds from this sale would be used to support Emera's normal operations, capital requirements, repayment of existing debt at the other regulated utilities. If a comparable sale, not New Mexico Gas Company, were taking place, that would be true for New Mexico Gas Company customers.
I suppose in a theoretical way, yes. I think what you're saying is if a different asset was sold and New Mexico Gas was owned, then would those funds somehow be used to support the ongoing needs of New Mexico customers? I suppose yes. I suppose in a theoretical way that would be true.
Okay, thank you. At the same place in your direct testimony, this time at lines 11 through 14, you state, customers should therefore be indifferent to any acquisition premium as the decision to pay more than the depreciated original cost of an asset has been borne by the investor, not customers. Correct?
That's right.
Okay. Now, I'm going to have you go to turn to page 9 of your direct testimony. We'll be looking at lines 1 through 3.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Okay. You stated that Emera evaluated, quote, due diligence topics that round 1 participants submitted in their bid of New Mexico Gas Company. Correct?
That was, yes, that was an area that we asked bidders to respond to. Yes.
Can you provide a list of some of those due diligence topics?
That would include questions that bidders would have regarding different aspects of the operations. It could include questions around employee benefits. It could include questions around the future capital requirements of the business. It could include questions around the regulatory process. It could be a variety of different questions that bidders would ask to try to understand how they would ultimately determine the value that they would ascribe to the business.
Okay. Now, I thank you for expounding upon that. Can you please turn to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony? And we'll be looking at lines 3 through 4.
Yes, I see it.
There, you state that Emera did not operate any gas LDC systems at the time it acquired TECO, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does Emera currently own any gas-only utilities now?
Emera owns Peoples Gas, which is located in Florida.
Okay. And did the ownership of TECO play any role in your due diligence when you sought to own Peoples Gas?
Did
the ownership of TECO, because you acquired TECO before Peoples Gas, do you think your ownership of TECO was considered during the due diligence phase of when you sought to acquire Peoples Gas?
No, when we acquired TECO, it included Peoples Gas. It included Peoples Gas, Tampa Electric, and New Mexico Gas.
Okay, I didn't realize that Peoples Gas came along with TECO Gas.
Yes.
Although, okay. Does Emera currently own any dual fuel utilities? Ones that provide both electric and gas service?
No.
Emera only owns electric utilities that do not supply gas service, correct?
That's right.
And then gas utilities that do not supply electric utilities.
That is true.
Electric service. Okay. Can you tell me if the decarbonization efforts of the companies that Emera owns are voluntary?
No, no, they're not. The public utilities have a responsibility to implement public policy. And so to the extent that public policy requires certain decarbonization activities, the utility undertakes that through compliance efforts.
Okay. Emera produces an annual sustainability report, correct?
That's right.
Does sustainability, as Emera understands it, include reductions in greenhouse gas emissions?
Yes, it could. It could certainly.
Does it include other things?
Sustainability for us includes governance practices. It includes community giving programs, but yes, certainly it would also include decarbonization activities.
Okay. To your knowledge, has Emera ever identified New Mexico Gas Company as a risk to achieving Emera's sustainability goals?
No, no, the goals that we have are a culmination of whatever requirements exist across the operating companies, and whether those are through compliance-driven initiatives, or perhaps they are investments in lower carbon generation that could provide a cost savings to customers. But Emera in of itself wouldn't set goals above and beyond that.
Okay. Okay, so now I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about risk assessment. Does Emera assess the risks associated with the companies it holds?
I'm sorry,
Yes.
companies,
It holds.
thank you.
What are the risk factors that it includes?
There are a variety of risk factors that would be assessed. Those could be specific to an operating company as it relates to, the jurisdiction that it sits in. For example, in the Caribbean, we think about extreme weather risk very deeply, because that is a risk that it carries that is different than some of our other assets. And then more generally, there are, a range of operating risks that would be included for all of those businesses as well. So some that would transcend across all operating companies, and some that would be specific to each of the businesses.
Okay. For a let's see, our decarbonization efforts for Emera seen as, for Emera companies, the companies that Emera owns, seen as a risk or a benefit for Emera, and why?
I would say to the extent that an operating company operates in a jurisdiction where there are decarbonization requirements that are imposed on that through policy or legislation, of course the decarbonization benefits would be seen within the business, but the compliance to those decarbonization requirements is something that, yes, would be very important to us.
And are those generally seen as risks or as benefits?
I'm not sure the context in which you're asking the question, but the ability to meet decarbonization goals that are imposed through legislation would be a risk item that we would monitor to make sure that whatever that company is that is tasked with that is positioned to be able to achieve it.
Okay, and there are costs associated with decarbonizing, correct?
Madam
Yes.
Examiner, I would object at this point in time. I fail to see the relevance of this line of questioning. I let it go because I thought it was going to come around, but I object on relevancy grounds.
I object. I don't, these questions refer back to what Emera may consider when it decides to sell a utility or not.
Madam Representative, then that's a different question. These are, we're way off
I
in
mean,
the
I would,
theoretical world instead of applying those to this case.
Well, basically, the objection is a relevance objection. Your question was, there are costs associated with decarbonizing. Correct. She answered yes. And again, her
okay,
objection comes
that's
in
okay.
late. She's already answered it. Don't talk over me, Miss Lynch.
Apologies.
So the question's been answered, Mr. Domi. Go ahead, Miss Lynch.
Thank you. Ms. Hutt, can you turn to page 2 of your rebuttal testimony? At line 9, you state participants in the bidding process were asked to include information relating to the bidder's operation and ownership of public utilities. What did what did BCP provide to you?
I can't recall specifically what they provided to us but they did include the ownership of assets at the time that included some small water and wastewater utilities. And I believe they also included some of their other investments that were not utilities, but would be related from a utility service perspective.
Did Emera inquire into the compliance record of BCP at that time? For any of its reportings to you for the utilities it owned?
If your question is, did Emera complete a review of BCP's portfolio companies? No, we did not do that, but certainly we relied on JP Morgan to ensure that they brought forward qualified bidders to the process. But at the specific portfolio company level, no, we did not do that.
From where you sit and based upon your opinion, is it in the public interest to consider the compliance record of an entity who seeks to purchase a public utility?
Yes, compliance is important. There's no question about that. What I would also say is that when you're running operations, no matter how hard you try, there will be issues that happen. And I think that from my perspective, an important question is, what did you do when you learned about this, and what steps are you taking to make sure that it doesn't happen again? So within that kind of comprehensiveness, then of course I completely agree with you that compliance is important, and making sure that when we learn that things aren't working, that they're being fixed in the future.
Even for decarbonization, correct? That was kind of a joke, given our previous conversation about decarbonizing and greenhouse gas emissions. In any case, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for sharing your information.
Thank you.
With all of us. And with that, I'm done. Ms.
Very
Hurst.
well. Thank you, Ms. Lynch. I think we can go ahead. Mr. Lee, we want to take a break now, or do you want to wait about 15 minutes?
Wait, Judge.
Okay, well, then our next cross-examiner is FEA. And I think, Mr. Freeman, you reserved 15 minutes for Ms. Hutt. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. FEA has no questions for Ms. Hutt.
Okay. So then that would bring us to staff, who I believe staff reserved 15 minutes for Ms.
Yes,
Hutt.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead, Mr.
Staff has,
Freeman.
sorry, Madam Hearing Examiner. Staff has no questions for Ms. Hutt either.
I have a few questions. Again, Ms. Hutt, welcome to testifying here in New Mexico. One of the questions I had relates to your answer to Ms. Lynch's question, which seems to be a big question for some in this case with regard to the acquisition premium. Have you had an opportunity to listen to or review any of the other testimony?
Yes.
And it's your testimony to Ms. Lynch that the acquisition premium, as far as Emera's accounting, is going to be logged as a loss. Is that correct?
That's right.
And is that because whatever Emera paid for the acquisition premium, you're not getting back that amount?
That's true. So we are accepting a transaction or a potential transaction with BCP that has a fair market value that is lower than what we're carrying New Mexico Gas for on our books.
But in terms of if you took the goodwill or the acquisition premium out of it, is Emera getting more?
It's really two
than it
different.
owes.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, that's okay.
It is true that Emera will, assuming this is approved, it is true that Emera will receive cash proceeds from Bernhard of, it will be $700 million less whatever the closing adjustments are. So it is true that it will receive that. But then if you look at how goodwill is recorded on the balance sheet, there's a starting balance that occurred when Emera acquired TECO in 2016, and that was the $366 million. Every year, that number gets tested by the accountants. They do an impairment test and they consider a whole bunch of different factors, and they will say, is the fair market value higher than our book value? And if it is, then we don't need to impair. We don't need to change that 366. It can stay as is. Otherwise, we need to adjust it. And the thing about the goodwill amount is it doesn't get depreciated the way the rest of the assets get depreciated, right? So it never changes. So it only changes one of two ways: as a result of an impairment test that is completed in the annual financial statement preparation, or in this case, in the event of a sale, where we have an actual fair market value that is lower than our carrying value. So in this case, we will record, for the purposes of accounting, we will record a loss on this transaction.
So what will you record the acquisition premium as?
The acquisition, well, this is why we've gotten into this range that we've provided.
Right. Okay.
Right. So the last range that we provided was 130 to 185. As it sits today, it's about 156, which is why the 130 to 185 was the range. That will be influenced by exactly when the close occurs, what adjustments happen within that, which is why the range is presented.
In addition to that 700 million in cash that you're going to get, you're also going to be relieved of that 550 million in debt that New Mexico Gas Company owes.
That's true, but that sits within the gas company today. So that's true, but there would be debt that would always sit inside the gas company to meet its capital structure requirements.
Sure, but still, it's an obligation that you, as the owner of gas company, aren't gonna have anymore, right?
That is true.
So, if how you're gonna have the acquisition premium is in a range, what number will, if the transaction is approved, what number will BCP carry it at?
Well, that's where we go to the New Mexico Gas's numbers, which are slightly different than Emera's, because that's where you start with the 408, right? Of when it was adjusted or when it was first marked from the TECO acquisition of New Mexico Gas. And at the New Mexico Gas level, there was a first impairment of 196 million that occurred in September of 2024, of 2024, which brought it to 212. In August, there was an additional 55 million. So as it sits today, it would be 157. So now what I'm giving you are pre-tax numbers. So I just I'm
Sure.
giving you the walk back from that. So there would be a range, and again, the range of 130 to 185 would hold in that case, and an exact number will be recorded once all of the final adjustments are made. And so there will be an ongoing goodwill number that will sit on New Mexico Gas's balance sheet, even to the extent that Bernhard would potentially be the new owner.
And tell me again, what situation has to occur to keep the acquisition premium unchanged?
The transaction would, so the acquisition premium, if not for a transaction, the acquisition premium or the goodwill is tested every year through what's called an impairment test.
Right.
And if the outcome of the impairment test determines that the fair market value is lower than the depreciated value of the books, then it would be impaired. It would be negatively adjusted. In the absence of that, the 408 would stay the same for the next 100 years. It doesn't change.
Okay. And just for purposes of the record, just define the acquisition adjustment for the record, the definition. The acquisition premium.
The acquisition premium is the difference between the carrying value of a business's assets and the fair market value.
Sometimes correctly or erroneously synonymous with goodwill.
It is. They're used interchangeably, but what gets recorded on the balance sheet for accounting reporting purposes is goodwill.
Which is the same thing, which is the fair market value.
It's
so
the same.
Does it have anything to do with the company's reputation and how it's thought of?
Sure, there are intangible, because it's an intangible asset, right? There are intangible things that would go into that. So certainly the company's reputation and how it shows up in communities and that sort of thing. There's of course an intangible in value to that.
Well, it just seems like, I mean, I understand the test and accounting purposes, etc., but it seems like upon reviewing the testimony and actually having heard a lot, let me ask you, did you happen to hear anything about the public comment or review any of the public comment in this case?
You mean from the session last week?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I heard some of it, yes.
If I characterized it as saying that there's a whole, seems to be a lot of positive thought in the community behind gas company. And in my mind, tangentially to Emera, that the gas utility that Emera owns is thought of very well here in New Mexico. Is that the kind of thing you heard?
Yeah, and I mean, we would like to think that, but look, of course, as the owner for the past decade, we want to be good stewards of this business. But we'd also like to think that the kind of response that the community has is because New Mexico Gas is doing exactly what we hoped it would do at the beginning. And that was, we formed a local board and we put a good management team in place who know how to run the utility well. And so when I say that we were particularly concerned around what that would look like in a scenario where we weren't owners. We cared a lot about ensuring that the local team would continue to do the job they're doing now.
Do you have public utilities in Canada?
Yes.
Do you have similar processes? Do you have like public utility commissions in Canada?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And do they have to approve applications for sales of public utilities?
Yes, every jurisdiction has a different process. But absolutely, the role of the regulator is an important one if an owner is proposing to change hands to another.
Okay. And I know that in your direct testimony, I'm looking at pages 14 and 15 where you're testifying about valuation and the financial methodology for purposes of evaluating gas company. And I just want to make sure I understand that on page 15, the question posed at lines 4 through 5, has Emera applied any other financial methodology for purposes of valuing New Mexico Gas Company? And you begin your answer saying Emera does periodically apply financial valuation methods as part of its regular financial audit process to determine the fair value of New Mexico Gas Company as part of the testing for goodwill impairment. So that's just what you've been explaining to me, correct?
Exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And so you have done this in the past.
We do it
and
every
you talk
year.
about every year. And you say
Mhm.
in here that you give some numbers from a 2022 analysis. And then the test for September of 2024, which you say at quantitative, this is line 13, a quantitative test for goodwill impairment was also conducted by Emera in September 2024 with a fair enterprise value based upon the agreed base purchase price of 1.252 billion. That's your testimony?
That's right.
Okay.
And the enterprise value, the way to think about enterprise value, that includes both debt and equity.
Okay. Do you see my note?
No.
That was my question.
Okay.
So my next question is, so between your explanation of the fair market value and the debt and how the goodwill has been, if for accounting purposes, been written down or is accounted for in a smaller amount than what was paid.
Yes.
Are you selling gas company at a discount?
We're selling it technically at a loss.
If the acquisition premium had not been written down,
Let's see.
Never mind. That's too hypothetical. But
I'll let you ask the questions.
No, well, like I say, I'm just trying to put it in perspective. I'll move on. Page 16, you're answering the question posed at page 15, line 20 and 21, are Saturn, Holdco, and BCP infrastructure funds qualified and financially healthy to own NMCG? And I just want to hone in on line 16 through 23, where you talk about gas company basically is still going to be separate and have an ability to share best practices with BCP. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you also testify at line 19, gas company and its customers will also benefit from synergies, cost savings, and technology upgrades arising from certain shared services. And then you go on to talk about the IT with Delta Utilities. That's your testimony?
That's right.
Will you define synergies for the record?
Well, a good example of a synergy would be the bigger purchasing power that you would have if New Mexico Gas and the other gas utilities were looking to buy a certain technology, by being able to combine that purchasing power together. It would suggest that you would be able to get a better price for customers than you would otherwise be able to get on your own.
So is it the same? Is a synergy the same thing as an economy of scale?
Yes. It could be. I mean, there's other synergies as well, but economies of scale for sure is one of those benefits.
Well, I've noticed that the word synergy is used in several of the testimonies. And I'm just wondering when we see synergies, if synergy means the same thing in everybody's testimony, or if it's just some type of term that's used for benefits.
Well, I mean, I would think as a general rule, a synergy should result in something that will be beneficial to customers. So I agree with that. And it could be in cost saving, or it could be in the ability to improve customer experience by accessing services across the portfolio that perhaps you wouldn't be able to justify doing on a standalone basis.
Good. I just got a couple of questions with regard to your rebuttal testimony, and I'm looking at page 5. And the question posed at lines 14 through 17, certain parties have promoted the narrative that Emera provides critical operational support to New Mexico Gas Company, which will be lost if the transaction is approved. Is this correct? And you say no. Which, okay. I would think the parent would want to be very important to the child, but in this case, no. But you do say, well, I believe Emera has provided value to gas company, including the back office and IT shared service functions, excuse me, that it is basically, I guess, in fact, gas company led by its management team under the direction of Ryan Shell is and has been solely responsible for carrying out day-to-day operations of providing safe and reliable gas service to New Mexicans. That's your testimony, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Shell will be asking for a big raise.
Well, what we were trying to respond to there was the critical operational support. that
Yeah.
that Emera does not provide critical operational support to New Mexico Gas today. That is undertaken by the local team. Yes, we provide other things. We provide shared services. Yes, we'd like to think that from time to time we provide good advice, but we do not provide critical operational support.
Okay, and so that basically was my question, is what is there any other specific value that Emera has provided that you want to elaborate on other than what you have in your testimony?
I think we've outlined it, but I think that
Okay.
the creation of the local board and our participation in the local board, I think, has really allowed Emera to bring its voice as the shareholder to that business. And there's, yes, the intangible things that we've talked about before of being part of a bigger corporate family and the kind of access that gives you to, network and learn from your peers and share learnings and all of those sorts of things. And what's really nice and exciting about BCP is that they're building a similar platform, and we think that that's going to be great for the New Mexico team.
Since you own other utilities, is Emera considering trying to take some of New Mexico Gas Company's good employees with you?
No, we're not.
No. And this is just a housekeeping question. On page 6, you're answering the question posed on page 5. At line 14, the same question we were just talking about, and your answer continues on to the next page. And at line 1, you say the joint applicants have committed to retain the current employees and management of New Mexico Gas Company, and as explained in the revised application rebuttal testimony of Mr. Bodier, are in agreement with staff witness Velasquez recommendation to extend employee protections from 36 to 60 months to further ensure the maintenance of safe and reliable gas operations. And I realize this is Mr. Bodier's testimony, so did you happen to check and make sure that that was included, if you know, in the commitments that were part of the first bench request?
I think that's the case, but we'll follow up to confirm.
Okay, very well. Ms. Hutt, I appreciate your time. That's all the questions I have for you. I think perhaps it would be wise for us to take our afternoon recess at this point. And then we'll come back for any redirect from your counsel and any recross limited to any redirect in my questions.
Okay.
So thank you. And we are on a 10-minute break. I have 3:03, so let's come back at let's come back at 3:15, and we will continue on. Please remember that the YouTube is still going, and you also may want to mute your audio unless you want it on the YouTube. Thank you. Mr. Lee.
I'm ready, Judge.
All right, sir. Thank you. Mr. Dome, any redirect for your witness, sir?
Madam Hearing Examiner, no, we do not have any redirect.
Very well. Mr. Yar, any redirect based on my, or any redirect, any recross based on my questions?
No, ma'am.
Anybody have redirect, I don't know why I want to keep calling it redirect. Any recross based upon my questions to Ms. Hutt?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Lynch.
Okay.
I do as well. Just I
And-
put up my hand.
And so do
Okay.
I.
All right. Well, we will go in order of the cross-examination order. Ms. Nanasi, you have questions based on my questions for Ms. Hutt.
Just a
Go ahead.
couple. I wanted to try to understand the question of acquisition premium, and I just have a couple questions on that. So how much did Emera buy Tico for?
Directionally, $10 billion US.
And so now, and that included the debt, right?
Yes.
And so now, was the debt then about the debt now?
Or Tico overall? I don't know the answer to that. I would need to check it.
Okay, so if
But I will say, if just to be helpful, in regulated utilities, you would always expect a certain amount of debt to exist at that level.
And so if you purchased the gas company from Tico for about $1 billion, and now you've sold it for 1.25, aren't you making 2.5 or $250 million?
Well, no, because when we purchased Tico, there was a certain amount of goodwill that was allocated across the portfolio, and 366 million is what was allocated to New Mexico.
Keep going because
Okay. So that goodwill has remained on the books up until, and not adjusted, up until 2024, when we entered the transaction with Bernhard. Now, remember that when we acquired New Mexico Gas, there was a certain carrying value or book value. Those assets depreciate over time. We've invested over time as well. So we've invested in the neighborhood of $1 billion. And so there's some puts and takes on that. So, but in terms of the reporting of this, we always have to go back to the 366 million of the goodwill. We took $155 million write down of that in September of 24. We took an additional $55 million write down in August. And that means that we reduced, we impaired the goodwill by about $200 million.
And forgive me, but don't you benefit from the write down, meaning that then your profit, your overall profit is not like it's balanced off of your profit, so you pay less taxes on it?
But there isn't any profit.
But there isn't any profit for NMGC on the NMGC transaction, but on Emera's overall taxes, don't you benefit because really you are now that write down means that you're just paying less taxes on the profit Emera is making overall? Isn't that how it kind of works?
Please don't take me into tax accounting because
Okay.
I will quickly reach the limits of any expertise I might have. Yes, there is a tax component to whatever income that a company makes each year. The puts and takes of that, how it relates to this, I am honestly not the right person to ask.
Okay, so but for us to understand this, besides the money that that Emera put into the gas company, which I understand, you also got a return on that money, right? I mean, those capital expenses all throughout these last 10 years, right?
That is true, that there were dividends that were paid, so that is true, yes.
Okay, so but basically you paid $1 billion originally for the company, and now you're getting 1.25 billion.
Right, but remember, no, we're not, because 550 of that 1.25 essentially stays with the business. That's the debt that exists in the business. So what we're really talking about is the balance of that, which is the 700 million. Right? So yes, it is true that we will receive cash proceeds to the extent that this deal is finalized. We will receive cash proceeds of 700 million less whatever the closing adjustments are. But the question I think you asked is what profit we would receive, and we will not receive a profit. We will book a loss.
Against the other profit you've made from Emera companies. Is that right?
No, relative to the goodwill that we have recorded for New Mexico Gas.
Okay. Now, Madam Hearing Examiner Hurst asked you about the employees. And I just wanted to ask you, in the 10 years approximately that Emera has owned New Mexico Gas Company, have the number of employees been constant? Have they grown or shrunk?
I think they have grown. There was a commitment to a certain headcount that we had made. I think that it has grown. I honestly don't know the exact number as we sit here today.
Would you say that New Mexico Gas Company has the number of employees, other than the shared service employees, it needs to effectively run the gas company?
That's a better question for Mr. Shell, but certainly it's our expectation that they would staff whatever is required to serve their customers. Yes, I agree with that.
And do you think that it would be a benefit to New Mexico Gas customers that should this transaction be approved, that their requirement be that the gas company maintains the necessary workers and at the workforce level that it has or will have plus 20 for 10 years?
Objection. That's beyond the scope of your questions, Madam Hearing
I
Examiner.
do believe it is beyond the scope of my questions. Ms. Nanati?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Beatles?
Thank you. Ms. Hutt, with respect to the acquisition premium that you assigned, if that's the right use of the word, to New Mexico Gas when you bought TECO, how did you come up with the appropriate amount?
There was a consultant who was hired at that time to go through what I think was called a PPA, a purchase allocation, and to take the purchase price allocation. That's what it is, and it was to take the amount paid for the businesses and to do an allocation of goodwill relative to that. And so that is where the 366 million would have been determined.
And do you know offhand today, as you testify, the current book value of TECO?
Of TECO, no, I don't know so TECO as it is doesn't really exist today. There's Peoples Gas, there's Tampa Electric, and there's New Mexico Gas. But if it's the combined of the three, I don't know.
And if it's the combined of Tampa Electric and Peoples Gas, would you know?
I don't know. I'm not involved in the preparation of those statements.
And last question, when you consider the benefit or the value of your acquisition and ownership of New Mexico Gas, like, do you consider the total amount of dividends you've received over your years of ownership in comparison to any loss you take at the time of sale?
What we have been talking about is how this transaction would get recorded on the balance sheet. What the netting is of the dividends and the capital that's been invested relative to the purchase price, I don't have that for you now.
Is it reasonable to assume that that you've received more in dividends over the years than any loss you're taking on sale?
Well, I think they're two different things. Remember that while dividends were being provided, we were also investing capital. And so you would have to look at all of those pieces collectively to be able to determine that. But we invested capital higher than the rate of depreciation. And as a result of that, the company did pay dividends, but the overall mix of that, I don't have an answer for you.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. Ms. Lynch?
Thank you. Hi again, Ms. Hutt. I will mostly be asking about the acquisition premium. Is the acquisition premium offered by a buyer ever realized by a seller?
Perhaps depending on the fair market value relative to the carrying costs of the assets.
Okay. So I'm accurate in saying, but for impairment, the acquisition premium always shows up on the balance sheet and does not change.
The goodwill is what is recorded on the balance sheet. And yes, it gets adjusted. It doesn't depreciate. So it gets adjusted one of two ways as a result of the annual impairment tests that are performed through the production of financial statements and or in the situation of an actual transaction.
Okay. Can you define proceeds for us?
The proceeds, so relative to this transaction, I'm assuming is what you're asking?
That was the next question. What are the exact proceeds from this sale?
The cash proceeds from this sale are $700 million, less whatever closing adjustments occur. So there's customary adjustments in every transaction where you allow for working capital and other kinds of things, whatever cash is on hand, all of those calculations go in, and there is a net number that is determined, and that is what the buyer will provide to the seller.
Do you have a ballpark figure for what those proceeds could be?
Well, we're using 700 million and the customary closing conditions, so that's the ballpark number.
I'm just trying to get a sense for what is the amount of those customary closing costs?
It depends on how much cash is on hand. That can be influenced by the time of year that you close relative to customer receivables and payables. It could it could move relative to that. So
those closing costs get attributed to the seller? Or I mean to the buyer?
No, they're just the standard adjustments.
I mean, does the buyer carry those closing costs on its books?
No, those are all netted out and closed out at the end of the transaction.
So there's shared costs between
Ms.
the
Lynch,
seller
let
and
her
the buyer?
finish her answer, please.
I'm sorry. Okay.
No, there's a
Go ahead, Ms.
final.
Hutt.
Okay.
I didn't get the question, Ms. Lynch.
Apologies. How are the
Go ahead.
closing costs accounted?
The closing costs, and I want to say they're not costs, they're closing adjustments is what they are.
Thank you. Okay.
So the closing adjustments are netted off the 700 million, and whatever that number is the number that that the buyer will pay the seller. And the transaction is then closed.
Okay. Does the acquisition premium ever show up as a proceed of a sale?
No. The acquisition premium is a non-cash item that is recorded on the balance sheet.
And is it always accounted for in the same way that Amera treats it? Accounted meaning as it shows up in the books.
The goodwill calculation is prescribed by the GAAP standards, the generally accepted accounting principle standards. So we don't decide what it is. It is dictated by what the GAAP standards are, and that would be no different for any other business or any other owner of the business. You need to adhere to what those standards are.
Okay. And is it ever the case that a utility is sold at a profit?
Objection.
I'm sorry, we were exploring through the hearing examiner's questions, the debt. And so the relevance to the debt is the opposite of it, the profit.
My objection was going to be that it's an incomplete hypothetical. I don't understand the relevance to this transaction of that question, and I think it probably exceeds the scope of your examination, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Ms. Lynch?
I can rephrase the question.
Well, you can defend your question or not, if you want to choose to.
I mean,
to
the
rephrase
relevance
it.
is that you had asked questions about the debt revolving around this transaction. And so in terms of the transaction at hand, I wanted to ask the question about whether or not New Mexico Gas Company could ever be sold at a profit.
Oh, that's a different question.
I know, but I was building the case up to that.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection because I do believe whether any utility ever could be sold as a profit does exceed the scope of my question for Ms. Hutt. But I asked her the specific question about whether or not it was being sold at a loss. So if you want to ask her a specific question about gas company.
I do have a question.
You could do that.
Thank you. This is my last question. In your opinion, what was needed for the New Mexico Gas Company not to be sold at a loss?
Objection. This witness is not an expert and is not offering opinions as an expert. She's here to testify about this transaction and her understanding of this transaction. So that's my objection.
Ms. Lynch?
Your Honor, this expert very clearly assesses when a transaction should occur. Transactions involve profits and losses. You were asking questions about the New Mexico Gas Company's losses and whether it was being sold for less. And I'm asking, could the gas company have avoided the losses in Ms. Hutt's experience?
going to sustain the objection because I think the specific question says, what would have to happen for them not to be sold at a loss? I don't think that's the question that I ask. It's I asked her if it's being sold at a loss, and she said on the books, yes. So I think it's beyond the scope, Miss Lynch. Anything further?
If that is your ruling, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Okay. Very well, thank you. Anything further? Any further cross?
Mr. Freeman has his hand raised.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner Schaefer. Mr. Freeman, you have some questions?
Yeah, I just had a couple questions from your based off of your questions, if I could.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Miss Hutt, earlier, Madam Hearing Examiner Hirsch pointed out that I think both in your testimony and in other testimonies, the word synergies were being used, and I believe she was trying to, I guess, get examples or a definition of that. If you go to your revised direct testimony, starting at the bottom of page 15.
Okay.
I think the question there that you didn't answer in 16 is, are Saturn, Holdco, and the BCP infrastructure funds qualified and financially healthy to own NMGC? You give a lengthy answer going on to the next page, but the part that I want to ask you about is that the last paragraph, you note that I guess if the transaction is approved, NMGC will operate as a separate utility, but they'll have it's the ability to share in best practices and lessons learned from their other investment portfolios. And then you go on to talk about that NMGC customers will also benefit from synergies, including cost savings. My question is, in terms of synergies and cost savings, would you agree that to produce synergies and cost savings, one example of that would be spreading the expense of functions that are common to utility companies such as finance and corporate accounting?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
And so for functions such as like a CFO, it would be cost savings to customers if instead of multiple executive positions like that throughout their companies, if there was just one position such as that that oversaw their other companies, including the New Mexico Gas Company?
Well, I can't imagine a situation where an operating company wouldn't have a senior finance lead. So, yes, it's true that Emera has a CFO, but each of the operating companies that we own have executive level finance individuals in each of those businesses.
Right. Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you. Anything further? Very well. Ms. Hutt, thank you very much.
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I ask two clarifying questions? Based upon all that cross.
No. No, you didn't have any redirect, so. Sorry, not the process. Ms. Hutt, thank you so much for your time. You are excused.
Thank you very much.
And I believe we have another witness, and we're going to go to Mr. Shell. Who is presenting Mr. Shell?
Madam Hearing Examiner, that will be Brian Haverly, and he's left to get him, and they'll be ready about a few minutes, couple minutes.
Okay. And while we're waiting, Mr. Gould or Mr. Yar, it looks like, did you abdicate any of your time, or do you have 2 hours?
Your Honor, I think we have 2 hours. I don't recall any time being borrowed from Mr. Shell.
Okay.
You know what, but I will double check with Mr. Gould and make sure I'm not missing something, but I'll double check.
Okay.
And right back to you.
Yeah.
Just for planning purposes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I took 20 minutes away, so I think I have 25 minutes left of Mr. Shell.
Okay, thank you.
Madam
Examiner, can you hear us?
I can.
Excellent. We're all set up, and I think that we have accomplished
Yeah, I'm ready.
everything's on. So, Madam Hearing Examiner, pleases you, I will call next gas company and joint applicants. We'll call Ryan Shell as their next witness.
Very well. Good afternoon, Mr. Shell.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Examiners, and I can't tell if there's any commissioners on, but if they are, good afternoon to you as well, and to Hearing Examiner Schaefer as well.
Yes, Commissioner O'Connell is with us today.
For some reason on my screen, I cannot see everybody, but that's okay.
Very well. Mr. Lee, would you please swear Mr. Shell in?
Mr. Shell, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I proceed?
You can, Mr. Haverly.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Shell, would you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Ryan A. Shell.
Mr. Shell, who are you employed by and what is your position?
I'm employed by New Mexico Gas Company, and I'm the president.
Mr. Shell, you have what has been marked as joint applicants exhibit number 10. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It is my revised application, direct testimony and exhibits.
Was this document prepared by you at your direction?
It was.
Does this document have exhibits?
It has, yes, 3 exhibits.
Are those exhibits true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Are there any changes or corrections to your testimony that you'd like to make today?
No.
If I asked you the same questions contained in Exhibit 10, would you provide me with the same answers today?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move to admit joint applicant exhibit number 10.
Any objection to what's been identified as joint applicant exhibit number 10? Mr. Shell's pre-filed revised testimony as affirmed by him here today. Hearing no objection, Joint Exhibit 10 is admitted. Mr. Haverly?
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Shell, you also have before you what has been marked as Joint Applicant Exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. It's my revised application, rebuttal, testimony, and exhibit.
And was your testimony prepared by you and at your direction?
Yes, it was.
And is it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to that information or that testimony today?
I do not.
Does that testimony have any exhibits to it?
Yes, there is one exhibit.
And is that exhibit true and correct to the best of your understanding and knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Shell, if I asked you the same questions that are contained in Joint Applicant Exhibit number 11 today, would you provide me the same answers?
Yes.
And those answers would be true and correct?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of Joint Applicant Exhibit number 11.
Mr. Shell, did you have any additions, corrections, or deletions to your testimony?
I did not.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as Joint Applicant Exhibit 14, the revised, not 14. 11, the revised application rebuttal testimony of Mr. Shell as affirmed by him here today. Hearing no objection, Joint Exhibit 11 is admitted.
Madam Hearing Examiner, with that, I tender the witness for cross-examination and further examination by the hearing examiners and the commissioners.
Very well. And we are going to take some examination out of order. And Commissioner O'Connell has a few questions for you, Mr. Shell.
Okay, excellent.
Commissioner?
Thank you, hearing examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Shell.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you.
It's you too. I just had a couple questions to try to clarify. First of all, that you're in charge of the organization that is New Mexico Gas Company. I'm looking at your revised application direct testimony on page 9. Talks about how BCP have no plans to make changes to existing management model and NMGC's management team will continue to direct. So does that include you?
Yes, it does.
So the commitment to maintain employees includes at least your position. I was wondering if you personally plan to hang around.
Yes, I do, sir. I have no intentions of retiring anytime soon.
Okay, great. And then, the next page that I was looking at is same testimony, page 16. So there's a bullet list of tasks that, give you just some insight into operations of NMGC. So I'm not suggesting that's everything NMGC does, but are the folks who do those tasks, do they end up working for you eventually?
Yeah, indirectly, they all work in the business and they may report to other managers and supervisors and up through VPs, but yes, they all work here in the business under my supervision.
And part of why I was trying to establish that is, one of the big tests, one of the 6 factors is that the commission jurisdiction over NMGCD will be preserved if the transaction's approved. So I was just kind of curious, what does that phrase mean to you?
Well, it simply means, sir, that as a regulated utility here in the state of New Mexico, we must abide by the rules and regulations set forth by the commission here in the state. So we will continue to do that exact thing as we always have, at least since I've been here, since 2008. We've operated under that model and we're very comfortable operating under that model. And BCP has indicated to me they understand that model and that they want to work within that model. So
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then, Commissioner Aguilera had some cross-examination with Mr. Bodier, end of the day, Tuesday, I think it was. And, they talked about things like expectations of what Mr. Bodier will expect out of NMGC should they own the company. And it was about things like distributions going up and requests for funding in the future and sitting down and having a plan and sticking to the plan. So are you responsible for that relationship? Or would you be, should this transaction be approved?
yeah, so I'll report to the board, but I will, as Mr. Bodier said, I fully expect that I'll be interacting occasionally with the folks from BCP. But yeah, are you asking about requests for funding? Is that what you're asking for specifically, or?
Well, I was going to get to there. The other thing I was just trying to understand is accountability. If
Yeah, I guess.
NMG is doing something outside of the laws and of New Mexico or the rules of this commission, who should we expect to be held accountable for that? And then what does accountability look like for someone in your position?
Well, yeah, so I would be accountable, me and my executive team here, but as the president of this company, ultimately I would be responsible for ensuring that this business is abiding by the rules of the commission. So if there's ever a situation where the commission deems that we're not doing that, I would fully expect to be in front of the three of you to discuss that matter.
Okay, and then thank you for that. And you jumped ahead to my next question, and it's really trying to understand just, that the expectation is that NMGCD will produce a distribution up, right? That the company's profitable. One of the arguments for this transaction is it'll also give you access to capital should you need it. So could you just kind of describe what the situations are when you're not living on your own revenue and you might need more capital infused into the company from the parent?
Yeah, sure. We do long-term planning. We tend to do pretty advanced financial planning out 5 years. And in doing that, we generally know when we're going to need both debt and equity funding based on our capital plan going out 5 years. So it's not any surprise generally. We usually know well in advance, years in advance, of when we'll need funding for this business. So we would interact with our board around that, get board approval for that sort of thing. But obviously, since the money's ultimately going to be coming from the funds that own us, we would interact with BCP as well and let them know when that funding was expected to occur.
Okay, so your organization will set a budget and have a plan for 5 years out, communicate through the board to the parent, and that creates from your side the expectation that Mr. Bodier was talking about. Is that the correct understanding?
I guess I'm trying to understand expectation. Are you referring to expectations around how we would get equity funding?
Well, yeah, he talked about it two ways, right? That in general, the expectation is that NMGC will be a profitable enterprise. And so, expectation of when distributions will go up. And then also your plan ought to create expectation for when he would need to go to investors to get money to fund equity in the business, and that you would manage debt. That's my understanding of how that works, just based on his cross-examination with Commissioner Aguilera. I just wanted to make sure that was true on the other end of the stick.
Yeah, absolutely. So we would be responsible for all our own debt financing. And as I said, we would know well in advance of when we would expect to go into the market for debt. And we'd know well in advance when we would need to go into the market for equity. In this case, it's a private equity firm. So So yeah, we would know that generally years in advance and plan for that and certainly make sure that everybody is aware of that. In terms of dividends up, yeah, as a business, we're constantly balancing, and I know as a public utility, we're required to do this. We're balancing fair, reasonable rate for customers with the need for capital and ensuring that the folks that supply capital to this business are getting a reasonable return. And of course, that reasonable return is determined by the commission. So we would fully expect that we should be a profitable company and earning a return for our shareholder.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And then,
I apologize. That's no different than expectations today or how we operate today.
well, one thing that has been suggested will be different is if you're not, that expectation is not being set by a publicly traded company, that you're not as beholden to the quarterly earnings expectation, or are you? I guess that's.
No, I think as Mr. Baudier has pointed out, and this is my general understanding of infrastructure funds as well, is, they're not looking for hitting that quarterly number. They're really looking to the long term, and they're trying to invest their funds and not expecting, to sell it next week or anything like that. When you're in the public markets, you're dealing with a wide variety of potential investors. You are sometimes dealing with long-term investors, but sometimes you're dealing with day traders, or sometimes you're dealing with folks who want to get in this month and get out in 6 months. So you're constantly managing that when you're running a publicly traded company and minding your stock price. When I think about the folks that will be investing in this company, they're not going to be paying attention to a daily stock price. They're going to be looking to invest in a company and earn a reasonable return over a long period of time. So there is a difference there, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then going one more notch downstream, when your organization is building your capital plan, your budget, how does that come together in terms of what the funding needs are for the organization, not just capital, but O&M?
Yeah, good question. So that starts within our organization with our operations folks, our engineers, even to a large extent our IT department as well, because we have to spend investments in IT as well. So those folks, they have a long list of things that need to get done in the business. So we put those through a model here where we kind of build our capital budget, kind of a risk-based approach to building our capital budget. So under our distribution integrity management program and our transmission integrity management program, we're required to make sure that the system is as safe as can be. So we go through a process of building capital budgets over the next 5 years that would be designed to ensure that the system is as safe and as risk-free as possible. And so that means essentially trying to correct the riskier areas first. So we have a whole team of people that look at that and work on that, and they actually meet on a fairly regular basis. If not monthly, it's quarterly, and really go through that exercise of establishing exactly what types of projects we need to be doing over the next 5 years, and getting those prioritized for the business, and yeah, essentially prioritized for the business, so we know exactly what we're going to need to spend over the next 5 years. And then on O&M, same thing, basically. We try to keep our O&M cost as low as possible. And so we just make sure that every business unit or every department in the company is building their budgets. So the next 1 or 2 years, they really go into a lot of detail. And years 3 through 5, it's a little less detailed, but anyway, we're constantly making sure we have a good understanding of both the operational O&M needs and the capital needs of the business, because we're going to have to finance those over time. So that involves debt and equity and planning for rate cases as well.
And NMGC will remain a company where return on is on invested capital. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so I remember NMGC rate case way back, and one of the questions came down to, it was a negotiation around the settlement, and NMGC had reduced their revenue requirement request through that settlement process. And so part of the conversation was, original filed testimony was, hey, if we don't give our employees raises, everybody's going to go work for Los Alamos Labs or something like that. So that involves inherently a balancing between money that's got to get spent on things like employee salaries versus, capital investments. So how does that balance get struck today, and how will that change if the transaction's approved?
Well, the executive team sits down and evaluates all of those things. And, running a business is a balancing act. And so we're going to spend capital where it relates to safety and reliability. And so that's our focus, making sure that our system is safe and reliable. But as you said, we have to make sure that we have we're spending money where we need to from an operating expense perspective as well. So as a business, that's why planning becomes so important. So we will actually spend the money to do that stuff in advance of rate cases, or sometimes in the midst of rate cases. But we, as a team, we work really hard to make sure that we keep the public safe, keep our customers safe. So we're going to spend that money, whether it's capital or O&M, regardless of whether we have new rates for it. But we will come in to ask for rates to cover those costs. But at the end of the day, even if we don't have the rates to cover those costs, we will make sure we're making those investments and spending that money to ensure the system is safe and reliable.
Okay, thank you. That was my belief, but I didn't find that in the testimony, so I just wanted to make sure I wasn't assuming something that wasn't true. And then last question, and apologize in advance because I think we just saw what happens when lawyers ask accounting questions, but so now you got an engineer asking an accounting question. But so if page 26 of your revised application direct testimony, there's been a lot of questions around goodwill. Your testimony, you talk about how goodwill sits on the balance sheet. So my question is, because it's on the balance sheet, does it impact things like your credit rating or your borrowing cost?
That's actually an excellent question, because we think it may to some extent, because our goodwill is financed by equity. And so we actually, from a book basis, we have a higher equity component of our capital structure than we do for regulatory purposes. So we think to some degree, yes, with the credit rating agencies, that they look upon that with favor if our equity structure is 60% for book purposes. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I hadn't thought about it from that point of view, so I'm glad I asked. And again, dangerous to have. Well, it's funny because I was going to ask you, on that list of jobs NMGC does, have you ever operated a backhoe? Because there's been.
Well, yes, sir. So I grew up on a dairy farm, so I've operated an awful lot of equipment. I have not actually operated a backhoe, but I think I could probably figure it out in about 3 minutes. So
Yeah.
I've operated, I've used the same gears and stuff, but not to operate a backhoe.
Well, I mean, this whole process has caused me to think hard about what experience is important, what experience is valuable. And I've never met a CEO of a utility I would ask to run a backhoe, but that's the kind of thing you need to keep the lights on and keep the gas flowing. You need folks who do that. And so So anyway, I'm just looking through my notes and I think we've covered my questions. So anyway, thank you, hearing examiner, for opportunity, and thank you, Mr. Shell.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Connell. Now that the commissioner has concluded his questions for now, we can go in our normal cross-examination order. And Mr. Yar, did we confirm that NM area's time is 2 hours?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I did confirm with my colleague. We did not take anything from Mr. Shell's time for cross-examination. It all came from Ms. Hutt.
Okay. Very well. I think we should go ahead and get started.
Sure.
And I think knowing that we're not going to, unless you overestimated your time, we won't get finished, but I think we can make some headway in there. So please go ahead, Mr. Yar.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner, and maybe we will get done before the end of the day. Good afternoon, Mr. Shell.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Yar. Good to see you.
Likewise, it's nice to see you again, too. Again, my name is Joseph Yar. I represent the New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, otherwise known as NM Area. What I'd like to do is start by looking at your revised direct testimony at page 21. The question begins at the bottom of page 21, rolls over to page 22. I think as you're looking over that, I think if I understand the question there and your response, generally speaking, the proposition of a rate case delay, a one-year rate case delay, you're in support of that, correct?
Yes, I am. As a joint applicant, I'm in support of that.
Okay. And in your testimony there, you give us some, I guess, high-level understanding of why that would be a benefit.
Yes.
Okay. And generally speaking, again, the benefit, according to your conservative value, is approximately $30 to $40 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Now, it's also my understanding that that is based upon a future test year case. Is that correct?
Yeah, our intention was to file a rate case this fall. We could have filed in September, I guess, and we haven't, obviously, because of this pending application. But we could have filed in December as well. But that would have been for if we filed in December, it would have been for a future test year, which would have equated to the calendar year 2027.
Okay.
Mr. Shell, just to clarify for the record, this rate case that you're talking about would have been for an increase in your revenue requirement and not a decrease. Is that correct?
Yes, based on the facts as we know them and understanding of what's happening in the business, it would be for an increase.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Yar.
So I was asking about the future test year rate case. In order for that, now you had just stated that you were looking at filing it in September, correct, of this year?
Yeah, that would have been about 24 months after the last time we filed. So, we had considered filing it. Yes.
Okay. And what goes into filing a future test rate, for future test year case?
Yeah, you have to, work with consultants and different parties to pull the information together. For our financial department, they have to pull together a lot of schedules that need to be filed with the rate case. Our regulatory department would have to kind of organize and make sure that everything that needs to be done for a rate case gets done.
How long does that period take?
That depends when you start. I would say typically, I mean, if there's not a lot of planning that goes on ahead of time and you just decide you want to file, it's probably going to take you 5 months to get one put together.
Okay, fair enough. And some of the rules, since a future test year have specific rules associated to them, and they affect the timing of the case, do they not, sir?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. All right. So one of those would be the calculation of the base period, correct?
That's correct.
And that would be the 12-month period, the historical period.
Yes, that's the base period is the period you start with to essentially roll to the future test year.
Okay.
But it is actuals for a period of time, actual cost for the business.
Thank you for that clarification. And so once that's determined, the next step would be to adjust that base period, normalize it. Wouldn't that be the correct procedure?
Yeah, there's a process our finance department would go through to essentially step that base period, the numbers in that base period through to the future test year. So
Right.
they'll use inflation adjusted amounts for O&M expenses. We'll use our actual capital forecast to build in what our rate base will be in that future test year.
Okay, that's important. So in order to have the information, you would need to look at your historical period actuals, the actual O&M and expenses and the categories. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert here, but you'd have to get those actual numbers and then you would normalize them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Once you have that, the next step is to link the data to the future 12-month period, correct?
Yes.
And that would be to understand the proposed future rates that the future test year would deduce. That would come out of that calculation.
Yeah, you're essentially trying to provide a linkage from the base period to the future test period so that the commission and interveners can evaluate how we're building our future test year and look at it for reasonableness and that sort of thing.
Okay. And your statement previously was that typically you would file that every 2 years, correct?
Well, I base that on the capital forecast that we have and the expenses we know we have well, mostly around capital, but also O&M expense. So when I was talking to Commissioner O'Connell earlier, I talked about our 5-year forecast and everything. So yes, it's based on our capital spending plan for the next 5 years. And when we look at that and complying with the various regulations that we need to comply with, it would indicate to us that we probably need to file about every 2 years. The last one we did was actually only 21 months past the prior one. So it's going to be around 2 years, but could be less than 2 years.
Okay. But when we went through the rules that the future test year requires, you would have needed, in order to calculate that, you would have needed to have all of the information. You would have to known what your costs are going to be, correct?
Yes, you would have to be able to reasonably project your costs for the business to the future test year.
So if that were the case, how could the gas company possibly file a rate case while an acquisition was going on? In other words, the acquisition or this application for acquiring the gate has a lot of costs associated with it that are unknown. If the actual case is not completed, it would be impossible for the gas company to file a rate case, would it not?
I don't know that that's necessarily true. And I guess I need to back up a little bit and explain. So under the status quo, we would normally be filing here, either have already filed or filing in December. So under the status quo, we would know exactly where we'd be able to approximate what our future test year was.
But I think that statement would be accurate if there were no acquisition going on and all of these proposed benefits, all these proposed costs. Isn't that correct?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. The statement that you just made about projecting and having a known amount of cost, and I'm just repeating you. I don't want to mischaracterize your previous statement. But that would not be known because at this point in the acquisition, there are many costs that are being put out that we don't know until the case is over whether or not you could project those costs. Isn't that correct?
You can make a reasonable approximation based on what we know today. And the other thing you tend to do in a rate case is when you don't have a recurring expense, you eliminate that from your expenses. So part of when you build your future test year, you're building it for what it should look like on a normal ongoing basis.
Okay. But the costs associated with, for example, the transition for the IT, that's not a known cost. If you were going to do a future test year, you couldn't tell if this case were to be approved, you could probably put it in. But at this point, we don't know if this case is going to be approved. There would be no way you could put those numbers in and project a future test case accurately.
Objection. Brian Haverly.
Mr. Haverly?
Mr. Yar is testifying, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, that was a big, long testimony and no question in there, I don't think.
Sorry.
Mr. Haverly or Mr. Yar?
Okay, I'll back up. I thought I was getting to the point of asking Mr. Shell that in order for gas company to properly account for costs, they would have to know what those costs are. They would have to understand. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Given the fact that this case is currently pending, and there are many costs associated, you wouldn't possibly be able to determine those costs accurately, would you?
Well, it depends on the timing, I guess. BCP has cost estimates right now, and so we could easily remove the Amera cost and insert the when it comes to shared services, we could remove the current shared service cost and insert the new projected shared service cost under the Delta Utilities shared service group. And we already have our capital forecast. That's not changing. What we would do is we would remove the IT capital that we're currently planning to spend in the next few years and insert the capital spending that the BCP applicants have put into this case and was testified to, I think, by Mr. Tuminello. So you could very quickly adjust and change and pivot to what your future costs are going to be, because the biggest part of our business is our capital spending, and that's already known. Our operating expenses, 90% of those operating expenses are here in New Mexico. You're really only talking about the shared service cost, and we already have estimates of what that may look like under BCP. So that would be a pretty easy thing to change out.
I guess I'm not explaining myself. That would only be the case if you knew the case was approved.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought that's what you were asking.
Okay. No, I'm sorry.
Otherwise, it's status quo, and the status quo is very easy. We already have all that information and we would be able to file in December.
Okay.
But if not for this case pending, so our attorneys all advise us that we can't file a case. And so we won't be filing a case, but we would have otherwise filed a case under the status quo.
Okay, and I think I understand you now. My question is, you couldn't have possibly filed this case while this application was pending.
Objection, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Haverly?
Yes, misstates the witness's testimony, Madam Hearing Examiner. That's not what he said, that they couldn't possibly do this. Mr. Rochelle has said multiple times that he could, either with estimated costs or with his historicals.
And it's been asked and answered like 3 times, so I'm going to
Agreed.
sustain your objection.
Okay.
Move on, Mr. Yar.
Sure. I'd like to change gears here and talk about the shared services component. Mr. Shaw, you're aware that the BCP applicants are proposing as part of the benefits package a shared services for IT. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar sorry, let me repeat that. And are you aware that those shared services will result in approximately $1.2 million in proposed annual savings?
Yes, Mr. Tuminello and Mr. Miko have testified to that.
Oh, okay. And it's your understanding that those services are based on a new cloud-based Oracle system, right?
Yes, the proposal is we would move to a system that they've already developed and are operating in Louisiana. And it is the Oracle cloud-based systems for ERP and for work and asset management.
And it's been also proposed by Mr. Tuminello and Mr. Miko that the costs associated with that could be in the range of between $43 million and $56 million.
That's not the way I understood the range. I understood it to be approximately 32 million to 44 million. I'm using rounded numbers. And then they talked about, I did hear Mr. Tuminello talking about the potential to take some of the development cost that has been incurred by Delta Utilities and in our next rate case, potentially layering that onto the system.
Okay. Thank you. That's exactly right. I agree with that. And that total is again, what do you understand that total to be?
Well, his estimates were 32 million, and again, I'm using round numbers here. Like if you want exact, it's 32.5 million to 44.86 million.
Okay.
Were the estimates that were put forth by Mr. Tuminello. And then he talked a little bit about this other potential charge. I think he said at the end of the day, he thought that they could come in under the 56 million we're currently estimating for replacing those same systems, but with another vendor.
Okay. And so those numbers were compared to New Mexico Gas Company potentially upgrading its existing SAP platform. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be upgrades to our SAP program, which we share with Tampa Electric and Peoples Gas in Florida. It's the same platform, as well as upgrading our asset suite program here in New Mexico. It's our own program and a number of ancillary systems that work with that system.
And do you know what the estimate would be for the upgrade of the SAP system for at New Mexico Gas Company?
Yeah, so we've worked with Tampa Electric on that, and what the current forecast is and current estimate for that is our share of it would be in the neighborhood of about $24 million.
Oh, okay.
Just the SAP component of that.
Okay. Um, $23 million. Okay. And that included, or will that upgrade involved upgrading the SAP system from a current server-based system to another server-based system. Is that correct?
Yes, the estimate would be based on that, although I did hear testimony today and have heard that SAP has come out with some cloud-based platforms for portions of their system. So I think as we look at this, it would, if we were to stay with Amera and Tico, that they would probably have to evaluate whether they stayed with the server base or move some of the system to cloud-based, or a combination of the two.
Okay. Okay. All right. So now with the upgrade that we were just talking about from the SAP current system that you talked about with Tico, was that ever competitively bid out or RFP'd, or that was this? Was it ever RFP'd?
As far as I know, it was not. I'd have to confer with the folks at Tampa Electric, but I think it was, the estimates were developed based, folks that run the IT department in Florida and their extensive knowledge of that system, and they developed the estimates. But as far as I know, I'm not aware that there was an RFP done.
Okay, but the only thing that was looked at was upgrading the existing server-based system to a newer server-based system. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's all that was available.
Okay.
But at the time it was evaluated.
Would you think that if this acquisition did not go through, New Mexico Gas Company would competitively bid the upgrade to the SAP system?
Yeah, we would probably do a pretty wholesome evaluation as we get closer to that. But I think right now the estimate is based on just upgrading the existing SAP system as it currently stands, and modernizing it to a current version of SAP.
Okay. But at the present time, no competitive bid has been done.
As far as I know, one has not been done.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Just one second, Mr. Yar.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Shell, you in response to Mr. Yar's question, you said that if the acquisition did not go through, gas company would competitively bid the upgrade to the SAP system. And you said we would probably do a pretty wholesome evaluation. Is that your call? Or since you're getting those services from Tampa Electric, isn't it their call?
Well, that's a great question, Your Honor. This would be their system, so it would to a large extent be their call. Although we do, as sister companies, we do interact with one another and try to make decisions together on the timing of when those things occur. And and what systems we would move to. So we do actually try to work with one another to do those sorts of things.
Well, so it wouldn't be your decision solely.
No, I would not.
And wasn't it in the last rate case where it seems as if the testimony had to do with having to already do some kind of upgrades, and it was not an insignificant amount of money that that gas company was asking for. So I'm just wondering, is that, am I remembering that right?
Well, Madam Hearing Examiner, there may be two things there that you're thinking about, and I'm not sure which one it is. We do on an annual basis, there's constantly minor upgrades that we're doing to the SAP system. And but what you might be thinking about is the customer information system that that was part of our last rate case. It was somewhere between 30 and $35 million. So that was a very significant upgrade that we did, and it was included as part of our last rate case. But in regards to SAP, yes, there are pretty regular costs associated with that system.
And you may be correct. I could be thinking about the customer information system. Is that impacted in any way by this other Oracle cloud-based?
No, we as you know, we just implemented our new Hanson CIS system, so that system will continue on. We own that system, and it's housed here. We operate it with our IT department here in New Mexico, and it is a cloud-based system as well. So this transaction won't affect that, other than we'll need to connect it to the Oracle system. But that's generally, I'll call it easy to do. My IT folks may disagree with me, but essentially it'll interface with the new Oracle system if this transaction is approved. In the same way today, it's interfaces with our SAP system.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Yar.
Mr. Shaw, you've been at the gas company for over 10 years, is that correct?
Yes, I've been here. Technically, I moved here in 2008 in preparation for standing the company up. Officially became an employee in January 2009 when the business was acquired.
Okay. And you're familiar with the acquisition, well, I'm asking you, are you familiar with the acquisition by TECO of the gas? Okay. And then subsequently the acquisition by Emera of TECO. Okay. In those cases, do you recall some of the benefits that were provided for in the Emera case?
Yeah, I think I have a pretty good recollection of those costs.
Okay.
I think you're asking about the commitments.
That's right. That's right. And one of those commitments was relying on Emera's expertise, was it not?
How do you mean that? I'm trying to.
I think in the actual commitments, it was referred to as best practices between the companies that Emera would offer because of its extensive history and because of TECO's acquisition, expertise to the gas company.
Yeah, I do think that was probably part of what was presented in testimony, is that we could share best practices amongst the various Emera affiliates, and probably in particular with People's Gas in Florida, since we're similar businesses.
Okay, and did that actually, or did that materialize?
Oh, yeah, we interact on a fairly regular basis with our sister companies.
Did they provide employees that ultimately worked at New Mexico Gas Company?
I don't know how you're describing provide employees. There were a few instances where certain Emera employees came here for a period of time, largely to get operational experience. Because if you think about it, if you're a utility holding company, your employees don't necessarily know what happens out in the operating company. So it's always good to rotate those folks through so they gain an understanding of what it's like to work in a gas utility or an electric utility for that matter. So they had a practice of doing that, giving their folks experience, understanding the businesses. And I guess I'll just mention one other, because it's in our testimony. Gerald Wassine, who I think many of you know, his situation is a little bit different. He didn't come here to spend a couple years and rotate away. He actually came here because he wanted to work in the business, and he was someone who actually has moved here and is now an employee of New Mexico Gas Company and paid by New Mexico Gas Company, where the other folks, I think, that rotated through were still continue to be paid by Emera, and we just reimbursed Emera for those folks because it was always the intention that they would go back.
Okay. So, how about an individual by the name of Rene Gallant? Did he work at Gas Company?
Yes, he did.
And he came over from Emera?
He did. He went down to Tampa Electric and spent a few years with Tampa Electric. Again, he's gaining experience with the electric utility. And then at some point, he came over and spent about a year and a half with New Mexico Gas Company, working with us.
Can you spell the last name of that person?
Absolutely. Gallant.
Thank you.
Did he, and his position, was he the chief operating officer?
Yes, he became the chief operating officer for our business, and our vice president of customer service, our vice president of engineering, and our vice president of operations reported to him while he was here. They previously had reported to me, and then when he returned back to Nova Scotia, those three vice presidents began reporting to me again.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, I was kind of trying to figure out where I could find where I was reading this from. And I did finally find it. Can I ask you to take a look at NM Area Exhibit 8?
Right. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that. So
sure.
Oh, okay.
What is it, Mr. Yard?
I have an exceptional regulatory here. So
this is an interrogatory response by NM Area. It's interrogatory response 4-4, but the actual exhibit is NM Area Exhibit 8.
What page, sir?
I'm looking at just the question. Are you there, Mr. Shell?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So can you read the actual question and for NM Area Interrogatory 4-4?
Read it to myself or out loud?
You can read it into the record.
Sure. Please provide names and resumes of any person from TECO and Emera or any affiliate who came to work at NMGC since the date the commission approved the TECO acquisition in case number 13-00231-UT. In your response, please provide a description of the expertise that the individual brought to NMGC and any improvements they made to the management or field operations of the utility.
And you were the person who did this response, correct? Sponsored this response.
Yep.
Okay. And so I was reading off of this. The first one you agree with me is Renee Gallant, Chief Operating Officer, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And the expertise he provided to New Mexico Gas, according to his responses, provided management to staff and leadership to the organization that aligns with the company's business plan and overall
I'm
strategy.
sorry, Mr. Yar.
Yep.
Provided management.
Sorry. Provided management to staff and leadership to the organization that aligns with the company's business plan and overall strategic vision.
Yes.
In addition to that, he drove the company's results from both an operational and financial perspective, working closely with the president and other key executive team members.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Brian Haverly. I'm going to object to this question.
Well, Mr. Haverly,
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
on what basis
That
are you objecting?
I was waiting for you to recognize me, Madam Hearing Examiner. I'm happy to explain that. It's a
Yes,
relevant.
Mr. Haverly.
It's a relevant objection, Madam Hearing Examiner. The things that have occurred in the past, and who may have worked at the gas company or held a position at the gas company is not relevant to determination of whether Bernhard Capital Partners or the BCP applicants satisfy the tests in the application for the commission. The past history of people moving around in Emera has nothing to do with that analysis, Madam Hearing Examiner. So I respectfully submit this line of questioning is irrelevant.
Mr. Yar, your response?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I began this line of questioning with some of the factors that were looked at, that 6-factor test, in the previous acquisition and how that was accomplished and how it benefited New Mexico Gas Company. This goes to the heart of that. And I think it shows, or will show, some of the things that are important in the consideration of the 6-factor test that applies to the BCP applicants.
Madam Hearing Examiner, if I may.
Yes, sir.
How Emera actually satisfied the obligations or commitments they made in the prior case is not relevant to what will occur in the future and what the commission should be considering with BCP's commitments in this case. So again, relevance.
Last word, Mr. Yar.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. One of the central tenets by many of the stakeholders, and Emera in specific, is the lack of expertise that the BCP applicants have. One of the questions is careful verification of the qualifications. That's a 5th factor in the 6-factor test, is careful verification of the qualifications. Emera, by my providing interrogatory 4-4, has shown that it fulfilled that element. Here in the BCP applicants, which, if I'm allowed to proceed, Your Honor, they have indicated they don't plan on providing any expertise, that they have indicated they were going to let New Mexico Gas Company kind of run itself. I think, I don't want to testify, Your Honor, but I think the inference that that's going to be pulled from that line of questioning, Your Honor, is that New Mexico Gas Company is an excellent company right now. It runs smooth and has done a great job. I think everyone agrees under the stewardship of Mr. Shell. And I think this line of questioning shows that that Emera fulfilled its obligation by providing New Mexico Gas Company with the expertise it needed.
I'm going to overrule the objection, and I'm going to allow the question, and the commission can consider the information as it thinks is appropriate, and find whether or not they believe it is significantly weighty or not. And the reason I do that is because I asked Ms. Hutt some questions regarding her testimony about value and the place of Emera with regard to gas company. And so I think there is some relevance. I'm not I'm not willing to opine at this time how much, but I think there's enough to overrule the objection and let the witness answer the question, which I don't know if you actually got to the question, Mr. Yar, other than the line of questioning. Let me go back and look. You would ask about Rene Gallant and whether or not he provided expertise. The witness had answered yes. And then you read from Mr. Shell's response about the type of expertise that Mr. Gallant had provided. And then there was an objection. So do you have a question regarding Mr. Shell's information as provided in interrogatory response 4-4?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I just want to go.
Yes, sir.
I just want to go through and identify the 5 or 6 names that were provided and the expertise. I don't want to belabor the court. I know we have 11 minutes, but I'll try to do it as quickly and summarize it as fast as possible. Is that fair?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Shell, I think we established Rene Gallant's expertise that was provided as a result of from Emera. Scott Hastings, Vice President, he provided financial expertise to New Mexico Gas. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. He was our Vice President of Finance.
Okay. And how long was he with the company?
I don't know if I state in my response here or not. I think it was about 3 years.
Okay. Then I see there's Gerald Wesson. He was a Vice President, Regulatory Strategy and External Affairs. He provided what kind of expertise?
Well, he's currently our Vice President, Regulatory and strategy and external affairs. So he's with us. He's an employee here. He's not going to rotate back. He and I worked closely together and ultimately decided that, I'd like him here. And so he came here kind of on his own accord, and he's an employee here. So it's different than Scott and Renee, who were kind of rotated in and out. Scott Hastings in particular was pretty excited to come here. He's a young man, and he's a finance person. He knew I was a finance person, and he knew I grew into the role of president here. So he was pretty excited to come here and work with me to understand, how I operate and everything. And so he came here really, I think he would tell you this, that he came here to gain experience, obviously in the operating company, but he was actually excited to work with me, given my background and my career. And again, Mr. Rene Gallant was here about 1.5 years or so before he transitioned back to Emera. And I guess the expertise I described there with him, that's probably the same expertise I require of every one of my vice presidents. So it's a general overview of what I expect from my officer team here.
And we were on Gerald
Yes.
Weston, who's current. His expertise, according to your response, strategic executive leadership at MGC, regulatory strategy and external affairs. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's got a pretty diverse background. He's been in communications, he's been in external affairs, he's been in legislative affairs, those sorts of things, strategy, large projects, oversight of large projects, those sorts of things. So, he brought, we were looking for someone with that background, and he was at Emera, and we knew of each other and basically connected, and it just made sense for him to move here, and he wanted to be here. He actually had been in New Mexico as part of the acquisition, touring the state, and he loved the state, and he's still here. So we're excited to have him on board.
And how about AL? Obviously, his name is abbreviated for confidential reasons. We're not going to get into that, but AL came over as an HRIS analyst, human resources. What kind of experience did he bring to the table?
Yeah,
I think it's a her.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. You're correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, and some of these folks, they're, I don't want to be disrespectful to these folks. I had my HR team put some of this together. So, so this particular person came and helped in HR, but this looks like a HRIS analyst. So I did not interact with this person much at all.
Okay, but it says that she brought existing knowledge of SAP, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then SP, the final one, acquisitions representative, and I guess I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do know this person somewhat. So she applied. We posted a job, and she applied for it, and she got the job. So she just wanted to come to New Mexico, basically. So she was the person chosen from a field of applicants, I guess. We tried to be all inclusive here with this, so we put anybody who ever transferred from TICO or Emera, and some of these folks just applied for jobs and took jobs here. So,
Madam Hearing Examiner, I see it's 5 o'clock. This might be a good place to break for my cross, with your permission, obviously.
I've got 4:58. I think that would be fine, Mr. Yar. And just to let you know, I have down that you've used 46 of your minutes. Therefore, what did we say you had? 90?
I believe it was 2 hours, but let me double check.
120?
That's
I had
correct.
120 down, Madam Hearing Examiner, if that helps. I had 120 for them.
Okay. So I guess that leaves you 74 minutes.
That sounds right, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay, very well. We will well resume tomorrow at have the attorneys log on at if they have procedural matters beforehand. Otherwise, we will start at 9.
Madam Hearing Examiner, one housekeeping matter from the joint applicants, if I may.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, we'll resume at 9 with the cross-examination of Mr. Shell by Mr. Yar. And I was gonna ask for an update on the response to the third bench request. Can you address that, Mr. Haverly, or?
I don't have that right here. I've been in this room with Mr. Shell for the last little bit of time. I am happy to go and inquire, or if Mr. Domi is able to address that. He's in a totally different room. Maybe he knows.
Okay. Okay, just wanted to inquire about that. And what's your housekeeping matter, sir?
Well, we just learned that Dr. Erickson has I believe it is his daughter's wedding that he is trying to get to. We're hoping that with your leave, we could slot him in tomorrow morning and do his cross and then resume Mr. Shell because of that thing. I did not know that beforehand, Madam Hearing Examiner. I'm sorry. But we have been made aware that he has a personal issue going on and was hoping that he could try to get back down out of Albuquerque before the noon time.
If his plane flight is available?
Mr. Alvidres is here and he can fill you in a little bit more, Madam Hearing Examiner.
We've got like an hour and 15 minutes, it looks like, slotted for him. I don't know. Is there no first and foremost, Mr. Yar, is that potentially a put you in a bind to interrupt your cross-examination?
No, ma'am. I'm perfectly okay with it, but I think I need, before I throw my colleague under the bus, I need to make sure the proposition is to have Erickson go before me. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, at 9. Uh-huh.
At 9, okay.
Okay, check with Mr. Gould. Are you doing the cross of him or is Mr. Gould?
I think Mr. Gould is, but I'm gonna find out right now. It might be me. Can you give me 1 minute? I can get the answer to that.
Sure, you can check that and I will check. Ms. Nanasi, do you need to weigh in on this request? No. Okay. Anybody else have any difficulty with moving Dr. Erickson in the middle of Mr. Shell's cross so he can get to a wedding? I don't have an issue with it. Hearing Examiner Schaefer, any issue with you?
I have no issue. If it's good for the joint applicants and there's no objection, it's fine.
Okay, very well. Here's Mr. Yard.
That would be perfectly appropriate. Mr. Gould will take Dr. Is it Doctor? I believe it's Dr. Erickson.
It is Dr. Erickson.
And we do genuinely appreciate all of the accommodations from the commission and from our colleagues. So thank you very much.
Very well. Then we will begin with the cross-examination of Dr. Erickson at 9 o'clock. And it looks like, Ms. Nanasi, you have a procedural issue we need to discuss?
Just very quickly, I'm hopeful that perhaps after Dr. Erickson, or maybe before 9, we can discuss some of the issues around new energy economy, the admission of new energy economies exhibits.
Okay, so that's proceeding.
It is, and I'm hopeful that we'll have something, not maybe all of it resolved, but some of it resolved to discuss with you tomorrow.
Okay, Well, if we need to discuss it on the record, probably will need to be
After Dr. Erickson.
yes, yes. Okay, and maybe even after I hate to break Mr. Maybe after Mr. Yar finishes his cross-examination. To be fair to him. Okay?
Sure.
Very well. All right, thank you. Any further thing we need to discuss before we go? Okay, now we're at 5:05 and we're gonna recess. And we'll be back and hear from Dr. Erickson at 9. Thank you all very much, and we are recessed until tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.